All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the regular City Council meeting for Galt, May 3rd, 2022. Due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic emergency, we need to continue to handle our City Council meetings a little differently than we have in the past. I'm now going to ask our City Manager, Mr. Hines, to give a brief explanation to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Although this meeting of the Galt City Council is being conducted in person, today's agenda states that we are also using audio-only teleconference options, which allows the public to provide live public comment remotely. Members of the public may use the Zoom link described in the agenda to enter the webinar via audio only, and they should be able to use the raise their hand option to speak when the mayor announces the time for general public comment or when a specific agenda item is called if your comment concerns an item on the agenda. Attendees should also see a lower hand feature if they change their minds and do not want to speak. Members of the public may also use the call-in feature described in the agenda. You may just listen if you prefer, but if you would like to speak when the mayor announces the time for public comment, you may do so by pressing *9 at that time. We request that all speakers, in person and on the phone, provide their name and address when they are called on to speak. However, doing so is not required. Today's agenda also states that residents may submit written public comments via email to pubcom@cityofgalt.org. prior to the council meeting, which will be distributed to the City Council, made part of the official minutes, and posted on the city's website prior to the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my comments.
All right, thank you. We'll now call the meeting to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandil.
Here.
Councilmember Pavano.
Here.
Councilmember Vandenberg.
Here.
Councilmember Lozano.
Here.
Mayor Farmer.
Here. If everyone would please join us in a silent prayer followed by the flag salute. Tina, can you please read our replay statement?
This meeting of the Galt City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will air Friday, May 6th at 9 a.m. and Saturday, May 7th at 9 a.m. This meeting can also be viewed at youtube.com/MetroCable14.
All right, thank you. Move on to item B, agenda approval, additions and/or deletions. Do I have anything from the council? No? Okay. Mr. Hines, at this time, do we have something?
Yes, I'm waiting for Public Works Director Mike Selling to join us, and he has an announcement for us. He should be arriving shortly.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for indulging us.
Higher tone. Oh, there we go. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Just wanted to make you aware that we've got one of our longtime employees at Public Works, our city engineer, Mr. Mark Clarkson, has informed us that he will be leaving city service at the end of this month. He's been here for, I think, around 10 years or so. And I apologize, I didn't have a chance to really get some details, but I think you're all familiar with him, and he's just been a stalwart for the city, for the Public Works Department. Helped the city essentially expand the sewer treatment plant, which was a major endeavor some years back, and has put us in a very good position for a long time going forward on both the water and sewer utilities. He, about 4 years ago, took the city engineer position when he was previously the utilities manager, and he took over the city engineer position and has basically developed a rather robust capital improvement program and established a lot of good procedures for delivering projects from various types, including facilities and of course the utilities, but also transportation projects too. And one of which we've got coming up later this year, the C Street Improvements Project, which has been before the council a few times. So he's been a very vital staff member for the department and for the city, and he's got some leaves behind some very big shoes to fill. So we have initiated a recruitment for that, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make a council meeting, but I wanted to at least make that announcement to you all, and how much we appreciate everything that he's done for the city in his tenure here. He's just been phenomenal, and I've been very blessed to have him as a city engineer in the last 3 years that I've been here. So again, very big shoes to fill, but anyway, we just wanted to express appreciation for Mr. Clarkson and all he's done for the city in his tenure here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selling. Sad news. I know with already having staff shortage in your department, to lose another huge asset, it's tough. Okay, moving on to item C, presentations. Do we have any this evening?
And this evening.
All right. Moving on to item D, public comment. Tina?
Under Government Code Section 54954.3, members of the public may address the City Council on non-agenda items. The public comment section is for the City Council to receive comments. Except for brief responses to questions, no discussion or action may be taken on any item that is not listed on the agenda. Please limit comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Due to the statewide emergency, public comments may be submitted as noted above via the options listed on the first page of the agenda. Written public comments may also be submitted via email prior to the meeting to pubcom@cityofgalt.org by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting, which will be distributed to City Council, made part of the official minutes, and posted on the city's website prior to the meeting, but will not be read out loud. And our first public comment, Mike Little.
Officer Little?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City Manager. For those who don't know me, my name is Mike Little. I'm the president of the Galt Police Officers Association, and I've been so for just over a year. As city staff and council knows, we just entered negotiations with the city, so no specifics obviously are going to be spoke about that. However, I did have a couple of things I just wanted to get out into the public's knowledge. Recently, as of last year, the Galt Police Officers Association delayed contract negotiations 6 months and then ended up waiving most contract negotiations out of good faith for the city for the COVID pandemic, as well as some department issues that were going on at the time. We did that in good faith with the city moving forward for a long-term goal to continue our positive relationship with the city. Over the last year, officers have continued to show up through a mass amount of overtime, some of that being forced, losing one of their own, and having outside agencies recruit them throughout the year. While this council has supported the police department through and through, and we appreciate that, as well as City Manager Lorenzo Hines having an open door policy which has allowed clarity on an association level, we understand that moving forward, we're at one of the most critical crossroads this department and association has had. Currently, our members are 25% underpaid on a salary level compared to outside and surrounding agencies. That is quite alarming if you really look at it. In a era where police officers are few and far between, and the quality of applicants coming into the profession are not necessarily ideal. Currently, our members are extremely recruited and highly regarded to outside agencies because of the level of efficiency, training, and the knowledge that the department provides them. Our members at the Galt Police Officer Association can plug into any department and outwork any of their officers that have been there for years. As we move forward, I want to emphasize one thing. Another rebuild cannot happen in our department. We have been through too many in too many years. I've been here for 8 years and been through 3 rebuilds, been through 3 mass overtime phases, and our guys are tired. So as you guys look towards budgeting, please keep that in mind that our officers who go out 24/7, 365, risking their lives, are doing everything they possibly can to stay here because they love this city. But sometimes if they don't feel that they can do enough for their families, they have to leave. And we're trying everything we can to prevent that. We want to continue the level of service that we provide and to grow that level of service as well. I don't want to end on a negative note. However, just yesterday, as some of you were there with the Law Enforcement Memorial for the state, where we interned Officer Graywall. We have federal next weekend in Washington, D.C. Having the support of the city, whether you guys see it or not, does mean a lot to our people. So seeing the city council members there, City Manager Hines there, we appreciate you. And I just wanted to thank you guys for being there because in the long run, those little things do add up to kind of easing some of the pain that our guys do feel. So thank you. And as the process goes forward, if anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out. You guys know how to get a hold of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Little, and thank you for your comments on behalf of your fellow officers. And I just want to say on that note, I do thank my fellow council members, Mr. Sandu, Mr. Papineau, and Mr. Lozano for attending those ceremonies. I and Councilman Vandenberg were not able to attend, so but we wanted to be there, but weren't able, so apologize. But thank you, gentlemen. Next public comment.
Scott Robinson.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Scott Robinson, and I'm here again to request the City Council amend the current cannabis ordinance in Galt to allow retail cannabis stores. My wife and I currently own a cannabis dispensary in the city of Davis, but we live in Wilton and want to open a store closer to home and in a community we are fond of. We have been open in Davis for 3.5 years and have firsthand knowledge of how much a city can benefit from cannabis tax revenue. We listened to the last Galt Council meeting on April 19th, and a lot of time was spent on the budget and economic development. At the last council meeting, there were a few remarks that stood out to me, such as there is a sales tax leakage in Galt of $3.3 million annually, that Galt citizens leave the city and spend about $3 million a year elsewhere, and that Galt is actively seeking out businesses to move to the city. The desired businesses mentioned were fast food restaurants and junior box stores, presumably because they have the customer base and the revenue to help stop the leak. In Davis, our business has been included as one of the top 25 tax contributors to the city, alongside Target, In-N-Out Burger, large car dealerships, and gas stations. Since we opened in late 2018, we have contributed over $1 million in cannabis tax just to the Davis's general fund, and $1.2 million in state sales tax. In addition, we also contribute 1% of our revenue to the Davis School District and First 5 YOLO, which has totaled a little over $120,000. Also mentioned at the last council meeting was the online survey campaign, Get Involved Galt. I looked at the Get Involved Galt survey questions and did see that one showed 64% of people who answered were in support of a 10% tax on gross receipts on cannabis sales in Galt. That 10% is the same percent that we currently remit in Davis. A little over half of the people who answered the survey said they support allowing cannabis businesses in Galt overall. Thank you for your time. Hope everybody has a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Any further comments?
No.
All right, and no online comments? Nobody on the phone?
Correct.
Okay. All right, moving on to item E, reports by city council members on regional boards, commissions, and committees. We will start with our vice mayor, Mr. Sandhu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No update tonight.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Papineau?
Excuse me, last Thursday, the 28th, the SAC Metro Air Quality Board met, and it's a pretty extensive agenda. However, a lot of smaller items. A couple highlights of note. We increased the communications contract with the communications provider for the district by $249,000 to just over $1.25 million. That was questioned pretty strongly, and actually, the argument was pretty convincing that was a good expense to reach the goals of the district. And we had the first reading review of the budget, and the long and short of that is they will be considering some fee increases to make up the projected ongoing 4% deficit for the next 10 years.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilman Vandenberg?
I have nothing to report at this time.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilman Lozano?
Yeah, a couple of things. I attended a Cal City's Community Service Policy Committee meeting last week, and there was a lot of discussion about mental health advocacy for legislation regarding mental health and doing what we can to influence the change of the Welfare and Institution Code to allow for folks to who need it to be given services, whether they choose to or not. And our state senator, Eggman, is put forth a number of bills that will address mental health and some of the outreach resources that can be given for mental health to homeless. We also had a robust discussion about homelessness, and as it relates to not just housing, but mostly drug addiction and mental health issues. And some things that other cities are doing around the state are mobile crisis vehicles. These are in larger cities. One that comes to mind was about 65,000, where they ran a mobile crisis vehicle out with a mental health worker in it a couple of days a week to interact with homeless residents. And so that was the bulk of the discussion. Also attended a SACOG board meeting, and we had our mid-year budget amendment to this year's budget, and then we also approved a draft budget for next year. Additionally, approved the funding round mechanism for next year, and there is a new piece that's going to be a part of that. It's going to be it's called a revolving match. So cities are going to be able to apply for a revolving match sum that will help them independently apply for federal and state funds and that require the match. So we're kind of reusing the same money, but it will put us in a position that we'll be able to more effectively obtain some of these grants that are out there. And then we approved the draft, the final Regional Trails Network map. And I want to thank our city staff for being engaged in that. It's quite a lengthy process, and hopefully it just doesn't sit on a shelf. It actually gets activated. But if you go onto the SACOG website, you can take a look at it. It really tries to connect the region with each other all the way up from the north parts of Yuba City down to Ileton. So take a look at it when you get a chance. There's some gaps still, and SACOG will assist with cities and counties to try to fill in some of those gaps. And so the trails that they're looking at are more paved, so you could use bicycles and whatnot on it. So that is pretty much it.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting what you were talking about with the, love to hear more about that. Maybe you can bring some more back on your first meeting about the homeless discussion and the mental health and all that. Love to hear more about that. All right, myself, I had no official meetings. I had a Galt Youth Commission meeting last night, which I was unable to attend, along with some other mentors, unfortunately. But there are a couple other items of quick note. Several of us attended the CAPS luncheon on the 21st of April, honored our CAPS volunteers at the police department. And also many of us attended this morning the memorial service for Mr. Bill Forrest, our staff member who passed away recently, so it was very well attended. So with that, we'll move on to item F, our information consent calendar. It is recommended that items 1 through 4 be acted upon simultaneously unless a separate discussion and/or action is requested by a council member. Do I have anything from council on the consent calendar? No? Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I may, I did get a question on warrant 221795. It's on page 4 of the warrant document, and it was for TDI signs, $60,706. That is for the wayfinding signage. We're finally moving forward with getting those signs developed and hopefully implemented around the city.
Okay, thank you, sir. I suspected that might have been what it was, but that's why I asked. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, well, with that, be looking for a motion to approve the following. Item 1, minutes of the regular meeting of April 19th, 2022. Item 2, receive and file warrants for period ending April 20th, 2022. Item 3, waive second reading by title only and adoption of ordinance to amend section 12.12.020 of the Galt Municipal Code regarding definitions. And item 4, approve summary vacation of the public utility easement at Greenwood Cottages. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Moved by Vice Mayor Sandu, seconded by Councilman Vandenberg. Can I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu.
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau.
Aye.
Councilmember Vandenberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano.
Aye.
Mayor Farmer.
Aye. Consent calendar is approved, 5-0. Moving on to our next item, G, scheduled matters, notice of public hearing. Do we have any this evening?
Yes.
I'm sorry. We normally don't, but we do tonight. Mr. Hoffman.
Back again. Council members, tonight you're hearing the housing element modification. The City Council adopted the 2021-2029 housing element back in September 7th, 2021. The adoption took place after almost a year-long process with a high level of interaction and coordination with the Department of Housing and Community Development, in addition to public workshops, hearings in the Galt community. HCD reviewed and approved the approved September document, and on December 7th provided a letter identifying areas where they needed a modification or wanted additional information. That letter is included in your packet as attachment 2. In January, staff began working with the HCD staff and our consultant, Mintier Harnish, to address these concerns. And the main areas included affirmatively furthering fair housing, providing goals, priorities, and metrics, clarifying the sites measures, and to preserve at-risk housing for low-income households. So staff prepared a document, we provided it to HCD, and as part of your packet, they provided a letter back in on April 4th identifying if the council adopted these changes, they would certify our document. The majority of the changes were in regard to the policy document. There were no changes in the existing conditions document. On page HE 31 of the policy document, that's really the big change. It's in regard to affirmatively furthering fair housing. And what that means is you're providing housing that takes into account race, sex, age, and make sure it's not biased towards any one specific group. So tonight, I'm asking the City Council to re-adopt this housing element so we can get it back to the state. And that concludes my presentation. For the 11th time you've had to see me.
All right, I'm going to now open the public hearing regarding this matter, and then we'll hear if there's any dialogue from council on this. So open the public hearing on this item. Do we have any comments from council?
Mr. Hoffman, just for the clarification, you know, we did adopt that element and we did modified. What the major modified is, you said?
It was in regard to
31?
affirmatively furthering fair housing. The state of California, we've had over like 28 bills within the last 2 years. And this was guidance that we didn't get until April. We provided a lot of information in our document, but they've moved the bar further along. I think they told us the information we needed, we provided it, they reviewed it, and they said, no, we want more. So we provided more. I don't think the policies and programs that we've added are going to require that much more work, but there is going to be work that we have to do. This is an element that's heavy in implementation measures and programs. We're going to be busy for the next 7 years, but it's really on that page HE 31. When you look at the policy document, it's all in regard to the affirmatively furthering fair housing aspect of this document.
Okay. And that's HG 31, and we are as a staff, head of the staff, you know, we are prepared for that, whatever they're asking, right?
Which section?
HG 31, right? That's what,
Yes, yes. I mean,
I just want to make sure we're clear.
well,
I know that that's a lot of things to need, but
I would offer you this to the council. We don't have a choice. We're not being asked to do this. We're being told to do this. This is all a state mandated program. Every single piece of information that you see is required by the state of California. It's not programs that we're coming up with. So we're somewhat under the requirements of the state, and if we don't provide these programs, the state starts holding back money, whether it be money to parks, whether it be money to transportation, definitely grant opportunities. So they're tough. We're going to do it because we need to do it, but again, this is all mandated.
hey, thank you for your hard work from year and a half. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment during the, or any comment from the public during this hearing?
Yes, we have Mary Maga.
Hi, friends. I'm Mary Maga. I am the pastor at Galt United Methodist Church and a proud resident of Galt, California. I'm here to thank Craig Hoffman and our city manager for their robust response to these requirements by the state. I guess as somebody who lives under the requirements of God, I'm here to say that we can follow requirements unwillingly or willingly with joy. And I'm hopeful that we can follow some of these requirements by the state willingly and with joy. And I'm hopeful that our project at Galt United Methodist Church, in conjunction with Christian Church Homes, that hopes to provide housing that is affordable for seniors and veterans, will help to check some of those boxes for us. But I'm here tonight because I want to share with you a few statistics that we gathered together as part of our exploratory work in endeavoring to provide housing for those two groups that are much in need of housing in our community. And that is that you probably already know this, but 12.4% of our population in Galt is 65 and over. So that's 1 in 8 of our Galt citizens is a senior citizen. And of those senior citizens, 1 in 5 is a veteran. In my own work with both veterans and senior citizens, I have become aware that many of our veterans and senior citizens are living on the very edge of poverty, some of them in poverty, partly because they didn't do work that kicked into a pension program or into Social Security, including many of our veterans that came home from serving in various wars and found themselves incapacitated for various reasons from working full-time for a period of years. Did you know that 40% of our senior citizens in Galt are living on $20,000 annually or less? Now, you think about that in terms of a ministry that we have to our senior citizens at Galt United Methodist Church, the Sunshine Food Pantry. We deliver food to hundreds of seniors every single week in order to fill that gap. Most of them do not live in affordable housing situations where they only have to pay 30% of their income, which is what our plan, our proposal for our housing units will cap at 30% of income. Most of them are spending, guess what, between 60 and 70% of their income on housing. That leaves very little left for utilities and food, let alone buying things in our town that add to the tax base, right? The median income for seniors throughout Galt is $35,000. So I'm saying this to you because I really want us to be enthusiastic and proactive on the housing front in Galt. We are a diverse community with diverse peoples, and the issue of addressing homelessness starts with enough housing available for those who are on the edge in terms of housing. Friends, you can't say this, but I can since I'm speaking on behalf of the public. We do not want to have the problems with homelessness that are happening just to the north of us and just to the south of us. And if we're going to avoid that, it's going to mean being proactive about providing housing. Not in 2029, but let's break ground in 2022 on a project that has been provided for the city in a positive partnership with a nonprofit that has done 18 months of legwork. So I want to say that this could be the beginning of a real renaissance in housing for this community that will help to provide everything that we're looking for in terms of economic base, quality of life, and let's just say it, love of our neighbor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary. Do we have any other comments? Ma'am, would you like to speak?
I didn't write up for one, but I'd like to follow up on her.
Do you want someone to fill a sheet out for her?
Would it be all right?
If you make it brief, we'll go ahead and let you without a sheet.
And I do need your name.
Please state your name and go ahead and make your comment.
As you can see, unfortunately, I took a fall. That's why I'm on a walker. I am a senior citizen and property owner here in Galt. And the one thing I would like to see beyond everything she asked for, which is absolutely beautiful, is for the disabled. So the American Disabilities Act comes into play, and could that be provided as well within this new housing you're thinking of?
And what was your name, ma'am? Please state your name for the public record.
Phyllis Johnson.
Phyllis Johnson. Thank you, ma'am. Any further comment during the public hearing?
No public comment.
And none online?
No.
Okay, the public comment period still is open on this item until we close it. Craig, I have a couple questions for you. You can answer them from the desk, I guess it's okay. Thinking about what you said about how we don't have a choice, and unfortunately, I agree with you. And you know, there's a word for such a thing when you said, if we don't do this, they'll just take back money. And where I come from, they call that extortion. I'm just going to throw that out there. But I don't like the fact that the state has to come in and tell Galt how we grow and how much we're going to grow. I think all of us would like it a lot better if we had control of that ourselves. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, almost 30 pieces of legislation have made it otherwise. Let me ask you this, Craig. I was thinking as you were speaking, if there is further legislation that comes into play, I mean, obviously 30 in just the last few years, during our housing element, are we required to update our housing element each time new legislation comes out, or is it just like an eight-year cycle deal? And then
It's an 8-year cycle deal, so we'll have to update it in 2029. And that's one of the reasons why it was such a big jump between the 5th-year cycle, which went up to this point, and this cycle. So much legislation took place over the last 7 years. It was a big pickup.
Yeah, 284% from the fifth to the sixth, between the fifth and the sixth cycle was what we were allocated, which is.
As far as those RENA numbers, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a big jump.
So let me ask you a couple quick questions here before we round this out. Do you really think any of this legislation or anything in this housing development is going to make housing more affordable?
No.
Other than zoning for specific projects, can we force developers to build such homes that they come forward?
No, we provide zoning, and we provide some guidance as far as what's built within that zoning, but we're required to provide the opportunity. We don't build the housing.
All right. Thank you, Craig. Well, it may not be known to the public, but last time we voted on this, I voted no. I don't want it to fail. It has to pass, as Mr. Huffman said. I voted no symbolically because I was upset with the fact that we had to do this, but I will support it this time because we have to. And so, is there any additional comments from the council before we move on?
No, just thank you for asking the questions that you did, Mayor. And Craig, in general, what does this mean to the public? Can you just make it in simple, straightforward terms that the changes before and after? Please.
So we have a housing element. We're required to have it. Really, the big changes for the city is citing the various uses, whether it be low-density housing, medium-density housing, high-density housing. And that's the greatest effect that this community sees. Where does this housing take place? And it was pretty easy for us this time. Aside from having to do a general plan amendment and rezone on one site, that was it. It's a lot of programs for staff to implement. There's a lot of programs that are going to come back to the council. And I don't want this to come across as a harsh criticism of the state. I do believe that we should provide housing to meet the needs of various members of the community, whether it be low income, medium income, or somebody that wants to reside in different style housing. I just think that the state has been so extreme. I don't see how they're making providing housing easier. They're making it harder to build. And I don't think that's good for the community.
Great point. Anyone else?
Yeah, just a quick comment, Mr. Hoffman. Thank you for your work on this. I know it's been a long process, if you will. What I don't want to lose sight of is the amount of public outreach that you did. This is meeting number 11 regarding this in the city, and I want to thank you for your work with SACOG on trying to wrangle this in and please the State Department that oversees this as they move the goalpost on us all year long. So thank you for your work, and I'm willing to support this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano. And just to kind of follow up on what Jay's comment was, just real quick, in layman's terms, for those that may be watching at home or those in the room, basically what this housing element does is the state of California is required, each city is designated a number. For Galt, it was like 1,920 something, up from 600 last time. Basically, it says that we have to have zoning available for that many units, and that number represents a varying type of zoning. It could be high density, low density, medium, so on and so forth, affordable, so forth. There's a bunch of different categories. And although we cannot force builders to build those things, as mentioned, we have to have property basically set aside for those things. And although it might sound like a good thing, the challenge would be if we do that and we have somebody come along with a great project that wants to build an X site, we have to say, well, we can't do that. Or we could rezone it and let them do that, but then we run the risk of violating our designated areas. And so it becomes very tricky. So we're basically putting place cards for certain types of projects throughout the community, and that's what the housing element's about. And it's an 8-year cycle. We have to do this every 8 years. So for those of you who are just wondering what we're talking about, that's it. So if there's no further public comment for the hearing, I will close the public comment period. And I will look for a motion to adopt a resolution readopting the California Environmental Quality Act initial study and negative declaration and approving the general plan amendment, readopting the 2021 through 2029 housing element.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Lozano. Seconded by Councilmember Papineau. Can I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu?
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau?
Aye.
Councilmember Vandenberg?
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano?
Aye.
Mayor Farmer?
Aye. Adopted 5-0. Moving on to our next item, our regular calendar. First item is going to be from our city manager's office. Subject is going to be the proposed 22 to 23 and 23-24 general fund budget. Mr. Hines?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tina, you could go ahead and put it, there you go, thank you. Yeah, would you? Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, if you and members of the council, if you could join me in the council agenda report that is in your packet. I'm going to just briefly go through the packet, and then we'll go through a PowerPoint. Thank you, Tina. But I want to make sure that the council knows that we're not only having this presentation before the council, but I'm also trying to educate the folks out there and our citizens about the Galt budget process. I want this to be as transparent as possible. And so on page 1 of the staff report, we give a little background regarding the development of the budget. We presented the narrative budget on our last meeting on April 19th, which sort of set the general context for the development of this budget. During the narrative budget study session, we hit on 7 recommended budget strategies, and you will see implementation of those strategies, or at least most of those strategies, in this particular budget. We also let the public know that we do this every 2 years, and every other year within those 2 years, we come back with a mid-biennial adjustment. The budget that's before you is $17.4 million in 22-23 and $17.2 million in 23-24. On the next page of the council item is some information on community input. And so we've let the public know through various presentations and our social media that we are welcoming their input into the development of this particular budget, and actually all budgets. Get Involved Galt is the vehicle, and so we're just asking everybody if you can get out there and fill out the survey. We do have some preliminary results thus far, and those results have indicated strong support for the PD and parks. And we'll have more firm results as we get closer to the end of closing the survey. But I wanted to let the public know that the opportunity is there if you want to have input into this budget, and I wanted the council to know that we're seeking public input. On page 3 of the staff report, I wanted to bring to council's attention that we will be presenting the draft budget tonight for the general fund. And so the departments will be prepared to tell you a little bit about their departments. I will follow up with a brief summary of their budget request, and we will make it through all of the general fund departments. We'll also present the 22-24 fee schedule, and there's some changes there as well. May 12th, Public Works will take the 22-24 CIP and the 5-year capital plan to the Planning Commission. May 17th, we will come back with a discussion of the other funds. And Fund 6, Parks and Rec, and Fund 47, Measure R, and Fund 38 will take center stage during those conversations. We will also cover the other 20 funds as well, but those are the ones that we're going to highlight. On June 2nd, we're having a special meeting, budget workshop, and we're going to talk some more about the budget. Gives council an opportunity to, again, ask questions, resolve any issues you have regarding the budget, and just give us more time to talk. On June 7th, we will be conducting the final public hearings for the budget, and we will also be seeking to ask council to adopt the 22-24 biennial budget. Slight change in the budget calendar. I've just moved the adoption up from June 21st up to June 7th. And so as we proceed to the next page of the budget, we've laid out the budget from a revenue side and from an expenditure side. As you can see, the budget is, as I mentioned in the initial pages. We're going to go over the expenditure section of the budget tonight, and for council to understand what the department's expenditure requests are. The revenues, we are happy to talk about those, but those are our best estimates at this time. We will come back in early 2023 and revise those revenue estimates based on what we know at that particular time. So this is what we know right now. And so far, we've got enough revenue to cover the departmental request, and we actually have in the budget year about $400,000 left over, and in the budget year plus one, we're projecting to be close to $1 million left over. And we will go through, and I have an entire PowerPoint that we're going to dissect that particular table. On page 5 of the staff report, we start sort of the summary of the 7 strategies that we're looking to build into this budget. And they are strategies, and they're sort of harbingers of things that we have to keep in mind as we're putting together this budget. And the first thing is the utilization of our undesignated reserves to make sure that we are saving up where we can. Both of these reserves will utilize one-time payments or one-time funding from the general fund balance to set them up. And then we will find a mechanism from all the other funds to have those funds contribute to, and I'm speaking specifically about the facility maintenance reserve. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that actually, what I said actually pertains to the vehicle internal service fund. But for the first reserves that you see on page 5 of 12, yes, we're asking for $100,000 to from the general fund one time to just basically set that aside. It still stays in the general fund balance. It's just designated for a particular purpose. And then that $25,000 reserve for ongoing and emergency repairs, again, that still stays in the general fund balance. It just sits in a reserve as a just in case, and if we have any facilities issues. The next issue that's before us, and you heard from the POA president earlier, is we've got labor agreements, and we're right in the middle of that process, and so that's a pressure on the general fund and all of the other funds where labor is paid. This budget...
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes.
Do you want questions as we go along, or do you want us to wait till the end? Because sometimes you do that.
So I'll tell you what, let me get through. Okay. Let me get through the document, because I want to lay out the document. I know the 5 of you understand it, but I'm actually speaking to the folks out there and making sure that they can get through this document. If they have any questions, they can come to me or come to you. And so page 6 of 12, 7 of 12 lays out our strategies and the pressures that we're up against in putting this budget together. We've got landscaping and lighting districts. We've got 3 LLDs, and then we have a number of properties in the city that aren't covered by LLDs. So there's a major inequity that exists. Unfortunately, the general fund bears the brunt of that inequity. You will see later in this report that our long-term financial plan changed as a result of increased support for the LLDs and parks. And so, you know, this is sort of a constant issue that we're going to have to deal with. So we've got the LLDs, we've got weekly parks, maintenance reinstatement, the vehicle replacement fund, which is what I started to mention earlier. Again, we're looking for one-time seed money from the general fund. And then every year, each fund where vehicles are assigned will contribute into that fund for the replacement and maintenance of those vehicles. So that way we isolate anything related to the maintenance, upkeep, fuel, tires, you name it, related to our vehicles. And so it's all in one cost center. Number 6 on our list is increased efforts for economic development. You'll see that in this budget as well. One of our public speakers mentioned our sales tax leakage issue, and it is an issue. It's about $3.3 million annually. We're not trying to get all of that back, but it would be nice to get some of it back. And so we'd like to bring on some help to help us recruit and put Galt on the map as sort of a player when it comes to a commercial destination. And then the number 7, we're going to move the mid-year budget assessment up a month. We were able to get it to you in March of this year. I'm going to push it back to February next year. The following year, we're going to get it to you in January, because we need to keep track of things. And so now we'll, I guess I'll keep going through the report. Page 9 of 12, we have what we project as the general fund balance at the end of the biennium. And so we still have a good balance. The unassigned balance is about $10.6 million. Typically with the general fund balance, it is essentially a reserve for contingencies. And so we only use the general fund balance if we have to use it for one-time expenditures. So the general fund balance cannot support ongoing expenditures, because at some point the balance draws down, and then we have no balance, and we have no support, and then we have no cushion. So that's why I mentioned those things earlier. The reserves, again, one time in nature. That's not an ongoing situation. And then we have a sort of an analysis on the general fund revenues, because I mentioned earlier that these are our best estimates for revenues. We lean on our consultants, HDL companies, to help us with the property tax estimates, sales tax estimates. We will also be bringing them on to help us with TOT estimates as well. And so we'll get some professional help there. And in the area of TOT, I wanted to mention to the council, and this is at the bottom of page 9 of 12, the city has a deferment program for TOT that allows our hoteliers to hold back the TOT payments until we eliminate, or we withdraw, or we cancel the emergency on a city level. So I wanted to let council know that at this time, the finance department estimates that there's roughly $261,000 in TOT that has been deferred, and that if we choose to end that local emergency, that's $261,000 that will come to us in the quarter following the adoption of the budget. And I don't believe these dollars have been added in to our revenues. So that $406,000 grows to $667,000 should we choose to remove that local emergency and allow our hoteliers to remit their TOT. I've spoken with the city attorney about this. We're okay repealing the local emergency because we're still under a state emergency. So we don't run the risk of losing any support for CARES Act or ARPA or any of those things. The next page, and we'll talk about the general fund expenditures in a second. The next page is a revised long-term financial plan. We've laid out in detail what's occurred with the long-term financial plan revenues, how we've tweaked those in long-term financial plan expenditures, and how we've modified those or how those have been modified because of this budget. But essentially, the long-term general fund surplus deficit, the general fund surplus for 22-23 decreased by $676,000 versus the preliminary LTP. However, the LTP retains a projected surplus of about $407,000. Again, this does not include the $261 from the hoteliers. But so we're looking at $407,000. The impact in 23-24 a little less significant, and we're only projecting a decrease of $93,000 at that point in time. So, and then we've got projections from 24-25 out to 31-32. We're looking at an average projected surplus of about $1.3 million if everything holds. And then at the end of this report, I'm going to turn it over to our finance team, and they're going to present the fee schedule, because I've been so focused on the budget, I've just sort of left the fee schedule to them. And again, a reminder that we'll be presenting the majority of the funds, the other 25 funds on May 17th, with this particular focus on Fund 6. Council has a desire to return to weekly maintenance, and so what we will be doing on May 17th is giving you sort of a menu of here's what weekly looks like, price-wise, staffing-wise, and for all 21 of our parks. And here's sort of here's what every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, something of that nature, so you can all see different flavors of parks maintenance. And so next May 17th should be interesting. We'll also be presenting the Measure R budget, and so the Galt PD will be presenting their general fund budget, but I wanted to let you know their budget also is apparent in Fund 47 and in Fund 38, and you'll be hearing about those next week or on May 17th. So let's go to the presentation. For the folks in the room, there are copies of the presentation in the back if you want to follow along. Feel free. We'll also be posting these online. And while we're here in the chamber, and if there are questions that come to you while you're on the way home, or if you have insomnia and can't sleep, and if this question is burning your brain, feel free to give me a call or send me an email in the morning. I'll be more than happy to talk budgets. That's kind of what I do, in addition to being the city manager. So let's see here. Okay. Uh-oh. I know it did. You want to run it manually, or does it run?
Huh?
All right.
There it goes.
You sure? Okay. All right. Thanks, folks. A little technical glitch there, but we got it. All right. So this is our 22-23 and 23-24 proposed budget. As I mentioned earlier, we've got about $7.4 million in total budget. Again, I'm getting that figure from the general fund expenditures, because it's actually the number of expenditures that actually drives the budget. And because that's our spending plan. So $17.4 million in 23 and $17.2 million in 24. And so we'll start with, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember, did you want to? Okay. And so we're going to start with some of the recommended strategies that are mentioned in the report. And again, these are one-time sort of isolating parts of the general fund balance. There's no guarantee that we're going to spend these reserves, but they're there if we need them. And in the event that we need them from other things, council always has the ability to dissolve the reserve and put it back into the undesignated general fund balance.
Mr. Hines?
Yes, sir.
Would it be possible if, since you did the presentation, but now we're on the slideshow, if there's any questions on each slide, if the council has a question about a particular slide, could we do that? Just
Yes.
kinda-
Yes.
We don't have to keep trying to jot down notes and.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. Matter of fact, before we get started, are there any questions?
Yeah, I have a question about this slide, actually.
Okay.
So just to clarify, the $100,000 and the $25,000 seed money, those are in addition to the 25% reserve fund policy we have now, the $5.5 million or whatever it is right
Yes.
now. So that's not part of that. It resides within that reserve policy, but it's not part of that 5.5 or
Right.
25%.
Right. So that reserve for economic instability stays off to the side.
Right.
No one touches that.
Okay.
And so what I'm trying to do is strategically utilize the $7.6 million in cash that we have in the general fund balance.
And so the 25% obviously seems a little small, but you're saying that that's just seed money, and obviously that fund's going to grow because you're going to have something where there'll be contributions from each department into that vehicle fund, right?
Well, in this particular reserve, this is our facilities reserve. And so what we want to do is put $25,000 aside, and then I would be looking for a commitment from the city to put at least $5,000, $10,000 in there every year from the operating budget.
Okay.
Okay, just to grow it. The reserve that you spoke of, you are correct. That's the vehicle replacement reserve. And so that reserve, we're also looking to have seed money. But like you said, each fund that has a vehicle attached to it will contribute to that reserve.
So initially in this budget cycle right now, you're looking for basically $150,000 in seed money ideally, right?
Essentially, yes.
All right, thank you. Please, if anybody has any questions, just mention you have a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Like all our presentations, it's a conversation, not just a presentation. And so we start with the budgets for the elected officials, even though it contains more than the elected officials, but it's mostly elected officials. Our city council, our city clerk, our city attorney, and our city treasurer. And so the budget we're about to see contains the expenditure plans for those departments. We put some information here in the slide presentation just in case the public gets a copy of this, and they'll give some background as to what the council does, the clerk does, city attorney does, and the city treasurer. And so here is the elected officials' budget, and what I've done is I've just combined all of those budgets because these budgets sit at the top of our budget. In general, the baseline change from FY 22 to 23 is there is an increase in about $43,000 or 5.6%. And in 2024, there is a decrease of $11,000. So small changes, nothing huge. The one thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, I had a discussion with the city attorney earlier, and so we may have overestimated the city attorney budget for 24. We think it's probably going to hold to 349 or 350 as it was in 23. Again, this is a budget plan, and it really depends on what the demands are from the council and the city as to what we actually spend.
I have a question on this slide too.
Yes, sir.
So, again, I'm glad that you're putting this out there, and should the public see this, this is important. But I want to make note that it could be misleading to see a number that says, that the budget proposes $170,000 for the city council. That doesn't mean that the five of us get paid combination of 170.
No.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the perception that one might read. They go,
right.
wow, the
No,
city
those
council,
are-
170 for the 5 of them?
No. That's and I'll be happy if anybody has a question about that. I'll be happy to go
Please.
over the council's budget. But no, that is.
I was excited to see that. I was like, oh.
But those dollars sit in the general fund for support of the council. And I believe there are various expenditures that are charged to that budget. And but anyway, that's the elected budget. Again, the baseline has not changed a whole lot. 5.6% has actually gone down, and it will go down further in 2024 once we make that adjustment to the city attorney's budget. Okay. Administration. So this is essentially my budget, and as the city's chief administrative officer and chief troubleshooter, as I like to call myself, this is my area. The area also contains our economic development division. Amy Mendez is our economic development manager, and Stephanie Van Stein, our human resources risk management director. And so this is our budget. And so essentially the baseline changes. Now, you'll see that in FY23 that there is an increase in my budget of $730,000. I guess you're looking for me to add clarity to that, huh?
Yes, sir.
So a 65% increase. Last year, my first year with the city, we embarked on a couple of reviews. The first review was of our information technology department. The second review was of our finance department. And we brought in consultants just to have a look-see, make sure we were structured the right way, we were operating the right way, we were following best practices, and various other things. And I think we're better for it. One of the things that they recommended was the IT department or the IT division be moved from the finance department into the city manager's department. And so what you see there, that big jump, is essentially the relocation of IT into my department.
So, question for you. So that moving it, so you're saying that a similar number, I mean, there could be some increase if you're going to beef up IT or whatever, but there's a current number that already exists, but it's under the finance, and now it's moving from finance to your department.
Yeah, yes.
This is not a creation of an entirely new number.
Nope. The city manager is not buying a helicopter and a helipad. No. No, this is just merely us restructuring our operations in accordance to the best practices of the consultant. The other thing, so you see the transfer in there under baseline changes. The contract for the retail commercial recruitment firm, we built in $40,000 for that. We're also, and by the way, these things that we're doing here also have a tie with our strategic plan, because we have our economic development efforts in the strategic plan. And for the folks out in the crowd, council adopted a strategic plan for 21 through 23 back on January 18th of this year. So you're welcome to get out online. It's posted on our website. But that strategic plan lays out our policy direction for the next couple of years. And so all of our budgets need to have some element or are primarily driven, by that strategic plan. So one of the things that we've done here is economic development is part of the strategic plan. So we put in $40,000 for a retail commercial recruitment firm, and basically this firm would act as our agent and go out and recruit businesses into Galt. And we'd like to see a Dairy Queen, we'd like to see the In-N-Out, I would love to see an In-N-Out burger, but we need help in getting the attention of these very large and very popular franchises. So we're going to bring in some help to help us get there. The $15,000 that we have, that we're also adding, is to increase our employee tuition reimbursement program. Currently, we provide about $1,000 to employees who are seeking tuition reimbursement. As part of our strategic plan, we are building our succession plan. We have committed to building our employees, making sure that they grow as professionals, and we are encouraging them to get training. And so I'm asking for an additional $15,000 to increase our employee tuition reimbursement program in hopes of motivating folks to get out there and go back to school or achieve those goals that they've been thinking about. The other thing is our HR department wants to establish a new employee onboarding program. It is a automated onboarding program. It is very streamlined. It gets us out of the paper-intense process that we're in right now, and it's also a best practice. So we wanted to add that too. But let me take you back to the baseline changes. Again, once we remove IT out of the big transfer there, it is just a minimal increase, and if you can see in '24, it's actually gone down by 1%.
And I have a question for you real quick since you mentioned that. I was just, if you could add some clarification on an item. So the moving of the, hang on, let me find my page where I wrote it down. The moving of the IT from the finance department to the city manager's department is basically initially like 600,000 and change. I don't have the exact number here. But yet the decrease in the finance department for that same period is only $200,000. So there's like a 400. So why would we not see, if it's just being moved from one department to the other, why wouldn't it be a close figure from one to the other?
Well, because the finance department is also has a request for council as well. That's going to offset that reduction. Okay. And Finance Director Boring will be happy to tell you about that. So this is administration. Again, we realize because it's my budget, and typically my budget and the elected's budgets tend to get the attention, but we wanted to make sure that we built it to continue the administrative responsibilities that I have and to continue providing services to the 26,000 folks we have in our town, and also stay consistent with our strategic plan. Next up is finance, and I'm going to turn it over to Matt Boring to talk about his department. And Matt, I have the clicker over here. I'll just let me know when you want the next slide.
All right. So just a brief overview. The finance department is committed to providing credible and transparent management of reporting the city's finances, following our legal and professional standards. And just kind of a brief overview of some of the things we do. We maintain the city's financial records, the budget, long-range financial plan, accounting, accounts receivable. Basically, we get to play with all the numbers in the city. On the next slide. So just going over our baseline changes. Fiscal year 23, the finance department budget is projected to decrease $508,000. And fiscal year 24 is a further $10,000 reduction. And the main things causing the change in 23 is discussed previously. There's the $635,000 reduction transferring IT to admin, and then a request for $115,000 for the senior accountant position. And we have some more information on that on the next slide.
Matt, before you proceed, Council, I wanted to give you some context for this position. We requested this position in mid-year, and we're also requesting it now. One of the things that was mentioned to me, and probably a little firmer than that, one of the reasons I was hired for this position was to bring clarity to Galt's financial picture. I was also hired to make sure that the infrastructure was in place to ensure that that clarity continues into perpetuity. And so what Matt is discussing here is the last tweak, the last change that I needed to make in the infrastructure to make sure that what we started continues. Matt?
All right. So we're requesting a new senior accountant to assist with complex financial, federal, and state reporting, preparation and review of various annual and comprehensive financial statements. So we have a list of some of the upcoming GASB pronouncements that we're required to implement. Down at the bottom, GASB 87 is the one we're working on now diligently and learning how complex it is. We're required to change how we report all of our leases. And then some of the other upcoming ones, there's GASB 89, which requires agencies to expense interest during the construction period rather than capitalizing the interest. So it'll require analysis and further review because we'll have to do more year-end transactions to comply with the reporting standards. GASB 94, reporting of public-private and public-public partnership arrangements. At the moment, we don't have any, but even though we don't, it's something we still have to review on an annual basis just to make sure there aren't any changes. GASB 96, financial reporting and software subscription services. So we currently have an annual subscription for a lot of the software that we use, so we'll have to change how we report that at the end of the year. Do you have a question? Okay. And GASB 97, which it further changes how we report retirement plans. And in addition to these, there's other ongoing tasks that they would provide for the department and the city. First, it's supported by the most recent and previous plans that we've done to analyze the finance department. And also when we talk to our external auditors, it's something they also support changing. It would also assist in system updates and keeping our system up to date. There are a few kind of manual adjustments we have to do to ensure internal controls where we can't adequately use our current financial system because we don't have the staff to go and maintain it. There's several things like we've implemented the automatic requisitions to create purchase orders that we've implemented in 2014, but we haven't had the time to go through and make adjustments, so we add it to keep it going and make sure it's functioning, but it's not optimal and it requires a lot of manual tweaking to make sure everything flows through the system and we can make the purchases we need for the city. It'll also add an ability for cross-training with the finance department, which is something that's difficult at our management level. And it's something I wish we had more of now as we're going to start recruitment for our new accounting manager. So if we'd had a senior accountant, that would alleviate some of the burden of that.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. And as Matt mentioned, yes, our accounting manager has submitted her resignation, and she will be leaving. That's a critical vacancy, again, because we don't have a succession plan in place. And so, because typically this position would ascend to that accounting manager either on an interim basis or on a permanent basis. And so this also helps with our succession planning. And from my perspective, I know that there is another analyst on the accounting side. We've got an analyst on the revenue side. Now I need one on the accounting side to make sure that we keep up with these GASBs. By the way, for the folks out there, that's the Government Accounting Standards Board. That's what GASB is for. They basically make pronouncements that control how we account and report the city's financials. And so we have to adhere to those GASBs, kind of like what Craig said earlier. It's not a discretionary thing. We have to adhere to them. And if we don't adhere to them, council and the public hear about it in the terms of audit findings when we present the annual audit to you. And so we're very sensitive to making sure that we can get these things done. We believe this position will help us get there as far as addressing these, as well as a number of other items that need to be addressed within our finance department.
Lorenzo, I just want to add
Yes,
that
sir.
These are the approved GASB statements that are coming out. The Government Accounting Standards Board currently has 11 projects that are in various stages of draft form that will be coming out in the future. So it's a revolving thing. It's not like they come up with so many and they're done for so long. It seems about every year you get at least one or two.
Yes. So, and Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to, just for clarity of the public, back on the prior slide, you saw that the baseline budget went down by 508,000. It would have gone down by more, but again, finance is requesting another 115,000, which offsets that reduction.
I have a question for you on that, Mr. Boring. So being that you guys were just talking about that, so I'm still struggling, and again, I'm not an accountant, so I'm just going to apologize in advance. But if we have a $635,000 move by taking the IT department from finance to the city manager's office, but then we're asking for a position which is $115,000. So basically, that's a $520,000. Still is a $520,000 reduction in the finance department, if I'm doing my math correct, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, in the proposed budget, the finance department, from now to the proposed budget in that same exact time frame, is only decreasing by $248,000. So we're still missing like $200 and some thousand here somewhere. I'm just trying to. Do you follow me on that or no? So if you take the 508, so we're transferring 635 out, but we're putting 115 back in for a position. So that means that the finance department would still, their budget would go down by $520,000. But yet on this page here, on this graph, it shows the finance department's budget goes from 1.7 million to 1.4 million. That's a difference of $248,000. So basically what I'm saying is the finance department is really only losing $200,000 when they should be losing $500,000 by that transfer of IT. So how come the numbers don't match up?
Well, are you, the 1.7, is that in the 21 column or is that in the 22 column?
I'm looking at the 1.7 is the 21.
Okay, what's in the 22 column?
1.968.
That's what we're measuring from.
Okay, so we're going from 1.968 to 1.461.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you for the clarification.
No problem, no problem.
Question.
These are the kind of questions we like.
Going back to what you were talking about with the purchase order software system, my understanding is we have a software system that could improve our efficiency and service, but we don't have the personnel to effectively use it.
So we implemented, it's part of our ERP, so our overall financial system. In 2014, we used to have a paper process where a department would fill out a sheet of paper and forward that around for signatures, and it would come to finance once it's finally approved, and someone would enter that in the system to create a purchase order. With the automated purchase order, the originating department creates a requisition in the system, and then we set up the system with dollar thresholds. So you have like supervisor, department head, finance director, city manager, and city council. Depending on the dollar amount of the requisition, it goes through those different approval levels. And we define who is responsible to approve that based on our GL account numbers. But since the system was implemented in 2014, we've added new users and added different authorizations and accounts. So the system is functional. We just have a lot of redundant data in there that confuses the system. So occasionally, I recently had an issue where I have the authority to approve a requisition, but the system won't allow me to because it gets confused because I have 4 different lines with conflicting information in there. So we just need someone to go through and clean up the data and do that on a regular basis.
So doing that would theoretically improve our efficiency within the process inside, and also prevent some of the black eyes that we had in the past where audits found things that were not billed appropriately.
Yeah, it's one of our internal controls, so it helps to ensure that we don't have any issues. I think on average we process about 425 to 450 requisitions per fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Councilmember Papineau, if I may add, Matt, if you don't mind, we over the last 6 months entered into business process reviews for our ERP. And so each section or module in our ERP, we've contracted with our vendor to come in, speak with our folks, make sure that they're using the module and the interfaces correctly. Now, I think we're still in the middle of that process. But what we're finding out is that we've got folks who are using old interfaces because they're comfortable. that have not been properly trained on the new interfaces because they're uncomfortable, but but they need that training. So we've got those kinds of situations, making sure that we're getting the most out of our ERP. One of the duties of this position is to coordinate those BPRs between our users and the manufacturers of our ERP. Currently, or prior to Matt being hired, yours truly was that coordinator. And now that Matt's here, he's having to do that on top of all the other things that he's doing. So it would be great to actually have an accountant be that liaison. The other thing that we're looking at, and we're so far behind, is automated timesheets. I don't even bring that up in the executive team meetings because it's just a point of contention because we haven't gotten there. We're still filling out paper timesheets. So, and because we don't have anyone to drive the system implementation. And again, we need an accountant for this because now we're going into general ledger accounts and we need somebody who can do that. We can't assign that to a technician. So, but these are just a couple of examples of the things that we're looking to do with this position.
I'd like to make a general statement, if I may.
Yes.
So maybe it's just the way my mind works, but we have we have a 10-gallon bucket, and we're trying to fill it with 9 gallons, and at this point we're looking at one specific gallon. We're not looking at all 9, and it's hard to make sure that you can do your job if you don't have a global understanding. We have negotiations on several different elements. We have parks and recs. We have the financing. I feel like, these are not necessarily bad things, but the reason I didn't want to approve this last time is because I want to be cautious about the things we have to vote for in the future. If I was comfortable that we can cover those items and, the tangible, we can cover those items, it'd be easy to say yes, but with the insecurity of what we have yet to decide and hasn't been fully discussed, it's very difficult to approve things and then 2 weeks from now, a month from now, look and say, well, if we wouldn't have approved that the second time, we'd have the money to cover it. Saying that, knowing that we filled the finance department to its full staff of 12 people, if I remember correctly. Right. So I'm not saying that these are bad, I'm just trying to give you a feel of how I look at all of our problems.
And we perfectly understand. What you're going to see tonight is each department laying out exactly what their request is. So no decisions need to be made tonight, okay? So all we're doing is letting you know, here's why we need it. We wouldn't bring it up if we didn't need it. And as you go through this budget process, we talk about revenues, we talk about Fund 6, we talk about labor, and all the other things. This gets thrown into that pot of stew that we're gonna have to reconcile at some point toward the end of the budget. What I'm trying to do as your city manager is figuring out a way to make all of these things work. And so, because I recognize that, if we have problems with those GASBs and I got 11 more out there, then I got to come back in front of this council and this public in January because we may have missed something with a finding. And I'm the only CPA in the city. So that's a deeper level of commitment for me because I can't have findings on my watch. So, but what we're doing here, no decisions need to be made. We understand. We're going to give you the big picture. You can get more of the big picture next week when we do parks and the other ones.
I just want you to understand where I'm coming from, so thank you.
Definitely. So all this, we're just starting, gentlemen. We're just starting.
And I don't want to kick a dead horse here, but I do want to piggyback a little bit on what Mr. Vandenberg, and I appreciate your clarity on that, Mr. Hines. And again, we know we're not making decisions tonight. I think where Mr. Vandenberg is coming from, and I was actually thinking the same things, is that these things are important, and the things you're doing in finance are important, and we don't doubt that, even though maybe the general public doesn't understand the importance of some of these positions or what you're asking for. again, I want to stress that the public is very visual. Here we are in a second meeting, almost back to back, well, in the same month probably, talking about a position that's a new position that's being asked to be created for, I understand, a great purpose, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that it's needed. 6-figure salary for something that you guys are asking for. And this is 2 times this has come to us. But yet, I just spent an hour of my life this afternoon on social media answering questions about lighting and landscape districts for about the 950th time in my life. Okay? I would say about every other day there's a new comment online about parks and recreation and landscaping and all that. And I know that we are going to see the picture coming up on the next meeting.
Right.
It's going to be a very good conversation. I'm looking forward to it very much. But again, I think what the public sees is the public sees us talking about this. And the public sees us taking ARPA money after 7 months and spending it on this, this, and this. And what we've seen so far is they've seen us grow the government. But they have seen zero money going to things that are important to them. And some of those things are visual things to them. And their patience is growing very thin. And frankly, my patience is thin. I'm very excited about seeing this next meeting. But I think what Mr. Vandenberg is getting at is here that says I'm reluctant to approve anything until I start seeing some things. Maybe it would have been better if we would have maybe talked about Fund 6 prior to talking about this. But I understand it's the general fund, so maybe the hierarchy seems to make sense. But again, I'm only speaking on behalf of citizens that I've been talking to and that I hear from on a daily basis. And so I think you get the point, and I appreciate your comments. No need to respond.
I get the point. There is a structure. You're right. There is a hierarchy, and we will give you the picture. But what we're trying to do tonight is, if you do approve these changes, you now have justification for them, and the why. All right. Now, regarding those folks online that are asking questions about parks and LLDs, you are, as you know, more than welcome to give them my name, my number, my email, and Director Solis and I will address their concerns directly.
Oh, I do, sir, I do.
Okay.
But
All right.
what I can tell you about the people of Galt, and you can't change people's habits. And as you can see, there's probably 15 people in the audience here, and I applaud you people for coming and being a part of the civic process and all that. But there could be 200 comments on something we're talking about tonight online. And these people, for whatever reason, they don't feel comfortable talking to city administrators. They don't want to sit down with you. They don't want to sit down with Mr. Solis. And I can't force them to do that. Right. So all I'm saying is that we're the elected officials and they feel comfortable approaching us.
Understood.
So I can't just be like, can't help you, you go talk to Mr. Hines. Believe
No,
me, I do that.
no.
I gave your name out like 3 times today.
You
But I don't know if you're going to get contacted.
And you don't need to say, we can't help you. But, hey, if you want some clarity on that issue, go talk to Lorenzo and Armando. They'll give you some history and some background.
Well, I mean, here's an idea here, just that we're talking about it. Maybe, I love how in the staff report it explains the lighting. I mean, I've seen something similar in probably, 4 dozen staff reports in my 3.5 years in the council where it talks about the lighting and landscape.
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy to understand when you lay it out. It's like a 1-page thing here.
Yes, sir.
But if someone in the public wanted to see that very document right there, they would have to go to the city website, find a staff report, climb around, whatever. Have we ever taken that and put it on our social media and said, hey, for the public, there's been a lot of discussion lately about lighting and landscape districts. Here's some information that could be helpful.
Okay.
Can you imagine the impact that would make, where I don't have to now copy and paste my responses over and over and over on this subject? It would just be, and in the spirit of transparency, I think it would
Oh, great.
be a big deal.
So what we can do is we will actually get that out on social media, or maybe pieces of this report out on social media as a run-up to the May 17th meeting.
Yeah, just in layman's terms. I mean,
That's fine.
because when we explain to people when they hear it, they're like, oh, okay, well, they're not happy about it, but
Right.
they're like, well, that makes sense to me, and thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
But then you have 25,999 other citizens who ask the same question the very next day, and you're like, so
You got a lot of folks on your feed. My goodness. Okay. All right. So anyway, that's what we're trying to do, and that's what we're doing tonight. Just giving you an overview. You don't feel pressured to do anything. Just
No, we don't.
listen. Just listen. Okay. And so, other than that, Matt, are we done?
I'm done.
All righty. So let's go to and thank you, Matt. And so, next up is the illustrious Chief Kalinowski to talk about the Galt PD. And so the chief will give an overview of the department, and then we'll take a look at their budget schedule. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us, one or both of us. But there's not a whole lot of changes in the PD budget this year. Chief, I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, that's good news.
Yes.
So, pretty clear what the police department does, so I won't bore you with the details, but we take the bad guys to jail and essentially keep the community safe. We're involved in many facets of the community that have to do with quality of life issues and other events that occur in the community to support the community outreach and civic pride and those related issues, because after 5 o'clock and on the weekends and holidays, we are the face of the city. Within the organization, we have 3 divisions, 2 operating divisions is what I would call them, which is field operations, which covers our patrol division. And then we have support services, which is our detectives, which includes dispatch records, our CSOs, property and evidence, and budget, and everything else they get. And as you know, through social media and other venues, we promoted a new captain and 2 new lieutenants to watch those divisions and run those divisions on my behalf. So there are no proposed changes in that regard. We do carry 2 unfunded positions in the general fund at the police officer level, but we're not to the point yet where we have a request for the need to unfund those positions or add funding to those positions. You can switch this slide if you like, Mr. Hines. So the good news is I cut my budget by 7% or $510,000. So it seems like, Matt, I have some money for you for your position. I'm sorry. But nonetheless, that's mostly related to the roof project that was ongoing. As you know, that had significant issues for us for many years. Public Works did an excellent job with the contractors to get that buttoned up and handled. So next year, we don't carry that burden. And then the year out, we have an additional slight reduction. Our baseline changes are just our ongoing salary and benefits. You heard from my Police Officers Association president. I echo everything he said. I will say it as many times as I can until at least 3 people listen and hear me, that there are those adjustments that we need to make. I would say that this organization, the Galt police officers, the support staff that serve this city have worked incredibly hard. And all I can do is provide the culture and ensure that we're adhering to our mission every day and adhering to policy, and ensure that my staff is doing the job the way they're supposed to. I couldn't be more proud of the organization, but we have one element that's missing, and I cannot have an organization where employees are 25% under the median for the market. That's just unacceptable for me. So I'm hopeful that we will find a solution for that. I've enjoyed being the police chief here. I will continue to be the police chief until it's my time to go. But we are at a critical juncture, and it is time for us to do what we have to do. And I think that's as succinctly as I can put it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or rude or confrontational in any fashion, but my folks need to be heard, and I do appreciate that. So your time at least. And so I'm open to any questions that you might have, but we do have a reduction in the budget and no significant request in the general fund for any changes in our operations.
Chief, I apologize for blindsiding you and not asking you to figure this number out earlier. Average law enforcement experience of our line staff. Can you give me a ballpark on that?
We presented that, we ran that out. I think we are going to be at 58% of our rank, and well, it's just going to be our officers. I think it's 58% of our staff will have less than 5 years experience in the organization. It's one of the reasons why we asked for the captain's position, so we could move a lieutenant, quote, down the hall closer to the operation and be here and available on the weekends. So I believe that's where we're headed. We may be in the 40s now, but if we're successful in attracting and retaining our current staff, that's about the number we'll be at.
Thank you.
Chief, I have a question. And this has no bearing, this has nothing to do with any, obviously our negotiations with our unions are confidential at this point and can't disclose anything that we've been discussing, but I heard something the other day and it kind of made me think, and I was just curious, What's your thoughts, just as a chief, and knowing the thoughts of your officers and how important you've expressed tonight that pay gap be lessened? I've heard of some massive incentive numbers being thrown around, like agencies offering like one-time incentive packages for people to come online. From your experience, is that what you've seen in other agencies? Do you think that's helpful, or do you think that's not really so much? I mean, is it just do you think that? I'm just wondering, if people come on, there has to be strings attached to that, because the people could just take that and then leave after so much
Right.
time.
And I think there is a place for that, but I think more importantly, until we fix the structure of the pay scale to make sure that we can retain people, I think we will, if we're offering huge bonuses, I mean, it's a wide range of things that happen. I think that's lower on the priority list, and I don't think we get our bang for the buck for, let me say this a different way. I think we've done a good job hiring high quality, high character individuals into the organization that serve this community. And I think with the right structure in place, just leaving it general, on the pay stuff, I think we could close that final gap and not need what could appear to be excessive incentives. As I think it tends to be dead money that you're throwing around, and maybe sometimes you're getting other problems and things that you're not aware of. So,
well, in your department, our department, your department, no disrespect, but
yes, no, I got you. I got you.
Obviously, it's twofold, right? It's retainment, and it's hiring and retainment, right? So, to my thought when I heard that stuff was, well, it might help with hiring, but the retainment aspect seems like it's not a long-term solution. But
right, and my only focus is the retention piece. Maybe that would have been a better way to say it earlier when I wasn't getting all emotional about our memorial events the last 5 days when I'm thinking about my staff. So I think it's all about the retention piece, and we get that money's limited. And I telling you that the staff that we have here in the city for all departments have been incredible. The police department does not operate without the support of all the departments in this city. And they're all intertwined and interconnected, whether it's the finance position or all these other things, because they affect me at the end of the day. So I don't envy the position anybody's in. But to your point, I would rather focus my efforts on the retention piece of our existing staff and ensure that this rebuild that we've engaged on and all the work we've done with leadership development and bringing the department together as one organization continues. Because in my view, we're as strong as we've ever been. So,
well, thank you for your thoughts on that. I appreciate it. Does any other council have questions for Chief Kalinowski on his piece?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, so you've heard me advocate for the finance department. My job is to advocate for all the departments. I've got a group of young, talented officers in the Galt PD. That was made clear to me, one of them sitting back there in the box. And my job is to make sure that I make Galt their consistent home and the only place they want to be, by surrounding them with resources and culture, training, and whatever's necessary for them to be the best that they can be. And so we're looking forward to sitting down with them regarding the labor negotiations, because as the chief pointed out, as a city, well, the chief didn't point out the whole city, but it's the PD, it's all of our salary ranges. This is a can that's been kicked down the road way too long. And now when Lorenzo Hines Jr. shows up, now we got to fix this. This thing has been in the makings for the last 20 years. And so we're going to try to fix this. We're not going to be able to fix it all at once. But again, I don't want to lose the core of our young, talented folks. So I've got to figure out a way to fix this. And so with the chief's help, we're going to get this done. We built promotional opportunities within the Galt PD so we can allow folks the opportunity to get trained, to move up, and to make the Galt PD home. Now, as the chief mentioned, there is one more thing we have to fix, and so that issue will be coming to you at some point in the future, too. So, Councilman Vandenberg, there's another thing for you to think about, okay?
And I appreciate you advocating for them. Obviously, you know, it's no secret that public safety is a high priority in this town, if not maybe the highest. But, and our surveys recently have reflected that, which was no surprise. And I think all of us agree, but I also want to remind you that you don't need to cheerlead that hard for them, because I think this entire council here has demonstrated immense support so far thus far.
I cheerlead for them all, because that's what you pay me to do.
But yeah, but just want to say that I feel like we've always been very supportive. Hopefully we can continue that. We'll have to see how these negotiations, of course, can't elaborate on that. But
understood.
Thus far, with resources and what we've been able to do and what's been presented from, I think there's been no wavering on our support of our public safety.
But just like the finance position, I wanted you to hear my thoughts, okay? Because I am your employee, so I wanted you to hear my thoughts. Community development. So clearly we haven't heard enough from Mr. Hoffman tonight, and he does enjoy the stage. And so, Craig, why don't you tell us a little bit about community development, and then we'll move on to his budget.
All right. So community development, we provide planning, building services for current development proposals, code compliance services to ensure compliance with city laws, long-range planning services to the community. In our department's made up of three primary groups. We have planning, we have building safety, and we have code compliance. I've always thought of community development as it's easy. We're a customer-driven department, and the success of this department is based upon people returning to that front counter. And if you don't provide a good service, they don't come back. We're a revenue department. And so the customer service is a big deal in our department, and we try to make sure that we have staffing that makes customer service available to this community, that we're providing the services we need to in planning, getting proposals in, creating projects that ultimately go to construction. When projects go to construction, you ultimately get sales tax from them, you get property tax from them. So we're a revenue department. Next slide, please. I think the big changes that you've seen, and we discussed this in mid-year, is bringing on board and restoring the building official position. It's a big deal for our department. It's mentoring of our junior staff, and it's consistency. And I think in the long run, it's a cost savings by having a full-time staff position rather than paying money out to a consulting company. But I think those are the big changes you see. I think in the upcoming years, you're going to see a very conservative department based upon guidance that we've seen from you, making sure that we're taking care of infill projects, focusing on vacant parcels that are within the community that maybe haven't been received much treatment over the years, and less worried about expansion. So that's our department in a nutshell. But I think in the next budget, you're seeing a very conservative department, and we're trying to provide the best service we can with the staff that we have.
I have a question for you, Craig, because this has to do with development, I guess. It's actually a two-part question, but the second part's probably not yours to elaborate on, and I can ask Mr. Hines or someone else. But under the general fund revenues, this is page 45 of our packet. It talks about property tax estimates, and again, I know these are estimates. This is just what we know based on what we have now. Mm-hmm. But HDL is predicting. They're saying that property taxes are estimated to grow at an average of 5.2% through fiscal year 26-27. So they're basically, their estimate says that we are going to have a 5.2% increase. Now, is that a 5.2 from? Now, I'm trying to understand. Does that mean from now to 27 we're going to see a 5.2% increase? Or are they talking about a 5.2 increase year over year through each fiscal?
They're talking about, on average, if you were to take the projected increase for each one of those cities and you were to run a summation just for an average, it's going to come up to 5.2%.
So does that mean
It's not going to be 5.2% every year. One year it might be, 4.
Okay.
The other
That helps
might be-
clarify,
yeah.
okay. Because
It's-
I was just trying to understand, does that mean that they're predicting that between now,
Yeah.
so from where we're at now with how much property tax revenue we bring in
Right.
to fiscal year 26, 27, they're estimating a 5.2% increase in that time period?
On average, yes. So what we try to do when we present these long-range numbers is we'll try to give you an average of a certain period and tell you, on average, you're going to see this number every year. And as opposed to giving you 4.2, 5.7, it's just confusing. It's
So, but
easier.
but I'm just trying to understand, I still don't want to understand, this is not a year, you're saying on average. When you say on average, then.
Year over.
Then you are talking about year over.
Yes.
Okay, so then that leads me to so this was my concern. So obviously a 5.2% increase in property tax would equate to, I mean, unless we have housing prices changing over, which we do now, clearly. But if that was to say not continue, where housing prices continue to increase, let's say they were to go flat, for example, we would basically essentially have to maintain a 5.2% growth rate year over in order for that to be accurate.
Well, that's based on our current housing stock. It's not based on any projected housing stock. It's based on where we are right now.
Well, I'm only concerned because, again, Galt historically averages less than 1%. It's a 0.8% growth rate year over year. So to say that we're forecasting a 5% increase for the next 5 years, that's pretty, that's very optimistic. And although we have a lot of projects infill in the works, I'm just wondering again, if that's, and again, I know you might come to us in early 23 and say, we're going to reevaluate and we've seen some things and now we're going to and I get that, I do.
Right,
But
right.
Does that make sense to you?
Well, the thing is, I'm having a hard time drawing the nexus between the actual collection of property taxes and Galt's slow growth, because the actual collection of the taxes, the revenues, are based on what's on the property tax rolls right now.
Okay.
Right,
Well,
so Sean, if I may.
Yeah.
So if Galt does not grow, just for clarification, try to get this settled.
Right.
If we don't build a single house, our revenue will grow 5%
5 point,
or whatever, that's what they estimate. It's pretty reliable data. And that goes to another question. There's multiple projects going on right now in town, and those are just to be added to the existing numbers we're hearing right now.
Right.
Right, but what I'm getting at is, okay, let me try to break it down in simpler terms. So let's say we have a property tax base of, I'm just going to use round numbers here, $5 million, okay, last year. Well, we've had a lot of houses turn over now. They've been turning over at higher prices. So now that tax base on the same amount of houses, not new houses, but just the same amount of houses, could be, 5.5 million because they're now turning over. Now those people are paying higher property tax rates. Okay, so, but if that were to stop, if those existing houses were to not be turning over at higher rates, because say interest rates go up, people, the prices stagnate, okay, now you would expect with no new development that we're not going to see an increase. It's going to be 5.5 again next year, and it would be 5.5 again the next year after that, and it's not going to increase because people aren't paying a higher property tax rate. Now, if development came in and we have more houses, then obviously we're drawing on those, so that increases. But my concern is the 5.2 seems very optimistic when it seems like that's very likely from now to next year because we have always, but all the way through 27 seems very, I'm only simply, and I'm not explaining it right, but it just seems very optimistic.
Well, the thing is, we get this from HDL, and this is all they do. This is their bread and butter. Now, the other thing with HDL, we meet with them quarterly. So if any of these numbers so much as hiccup, we know. And so this is based on the last quarterly report that we have. And so these are based on the dollars that are on the county tax rolls. I think for 1920, I forget how the county, it's always 2 years in arrears or 1 year in arrear. But this is their best estimate. These folks are used statewide by a lot of cities besides us and bigger cities besides us. So I am comfortable with their estimates. I'm also comfortable with the fact that we meet with them quarterly. And so these numbers get revised, tweaked. They tell us all kinds of things about our property taxes. So I think 5.2 is good for now. It is our best estimate, as I said earlier, and that's all we can do.
Right.
If you tell me to pick pick 4%, well, what's the justification for 4%?
No, and the reason, and I get that, like I said, that's why we meet quarterly, because we make adjustments.
Yes.
The professionals that we hire make best case scenario predictions based on historical data, current data, and all the whatever data they gather to do what they do, and they make predictions. And again, they make a best estimate. Maybe those estimates are even light. Maybe they come back in a quarter from now and say, oh, wow, it's actually more. Or maybe they come less. And again, I understand that we only can do that. But the reason I mention this is because property tax and then the sales tax obviously mentions the 3.8%, that those are our two biggest revenues. The only reason I mention this is for this reason now. You're not coming to us. Part of this budget process is not you coming to us and saying, we want to spend $50,000 and fix the roof on a building because we predicted these numbers right here, they're really good and we can afford to do that. That's a different conversation than coming and saying, we're going to hire X amount of employees, or we're going to up our pay scales or all over to employees. Those commitments are forever.
Yes.
Okay? So if a quarter report comes back in March of next year and says, wow, you know what, recession came, yada, yada, this and that, we only saw like 2.2%, whatever. Now, we've now committed to maybe some positions that we've created or hired, which have PERS and all these other things, and there's no taking those back. We don't just lay those people off, or maybe we do lay them off, but we don't want to do that. That's all I'm saying.
That's the hard part about being a council member and a city manager. Our job is to manage this budget. We will, when times are good, make sure that we utilize those good times in a strategic way to move the city forward and to enhance and to provide services to our folks. In times of contraction, what we're hoping to do is to be able, not hoping, but what we will do is to be able to predict when those contractions happen. I can tell you right now, 2028 and 2029, there's going to be a contraction, if not before then. I guarantee you there'll be a contraction, because it always happens at the end of a decade.
Yeah.
So,
and again, it's just because three of us up here spent the first two. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
The first 2.5 years of our term, the three of us in the middle here spent during that contraction period. It's very still fresh in our memories. So,
yeah,
I don't want you to follow this for just being mindful of that.
No. But I wasn't here then. So when it comes to managing the budget, there are levers that we can pull, i.e., let's keep things vacant, i.e., let's cut back on certain expenses, i.e., there are other mechanisms that we can do before we go to the layoff lever, which I detest, because that shows, my mind, a lack of creativity. It's the easy option. There are other options that we can pursue. The other option is driving revenue, which is why that consultant is in there, because we have to figure out a way to either come up with some local mechanism for revenue enhancement, or we need to come up with a way to to increase the sales tax number. Because granted, I know that I've said we're not going to go after the whole 3.3 million, but at least 2 of that would be nice. Okay? And that helps us going forward. So not only are we watching things on the expenditure side, we're also figuring out ways to grow things on the revenue side. And so we just have to be diligent about those things. But I understand your concerns. Those are hard conversations. And I've been with many cities who have been in that situation, but we found a way through it.
And again, I don't want to misconstrue this as us not wanting to use our funds. I don't want you to come to somebody tomorrow and say, well, Mayor Farmer, he's made it very clear that, he doesn't want to spend any money, because that's not what I'm saying here. I'm only simply wanting to prioritize things, first and foremost, and secondly, just be very conscious of things that we create that are not easily to take back later on.
Understood. We wouldn't put it in front of you if we couldn't support it. Okay?
Thank you.
Sorry.
I just had a quick comment on when we were talking about property tax revenue And my understanding of that is that we're usually about a year and a half behind in collection. Is that about right? So at the very worst case scenario, at least as it relates to property tax revenue, I mean, we do get some supplemental. So if a house is sold today, they're not going to pay their April of 22 bill. They'll pay a supplemental, and then they'll pay in November, and we won't receive that November until next year. And so we'll have a little bit of a heads up on that. The one I'm more concerned about is sales tax revenue going down in a economic downturn. And I'll tell you, part of an organization I was part of before here, being in the city, we went through the downturn of the economy and the housing market crash. And fortunately, we had to lay one person off, and it was a person that was part-time that did landscape design, and we weren't building because there was no money to build. And unfortunately, one half-time person had to be laid off. But there are creative ways to figure out how to reduce services, and I think that, at least as it relates to, and I'm going to get off subject just for a second here, the lighting landscape administrative piece of that budget, we've done a good job over the years of reducing that cost down as best we can, so that we can save the money for pushing it out to the community. So I agree with the mayor that we do need to be cognizant of that, but certainly as sales tax comes up, we need to really keep an eye on that. So thanks.
And we will.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, when we're putting this budget together, and my department works with Public Works and Finance, and we're looking at what we're seeing from trends. I can tell you this is a very conservative budget. We tried to use very conservative numbers. But when I'm looking at 2019, and we did 771 permits, and in 2020 we did 662. That was COVID. We saw a drop. Last year we did 877 permits. And so far through the first 4 months, we've done 305. Now, does that mean that we're going to do 1,200 permits this year? I don't know about that. But the type of permits we're doing are high volume or high value permits. We're doing new residences. I mean, we did 56 residences in 2019, 35 in 2020. In 2021, we did 119. So far in 2022, we've done 38, and I've got 20 permits for residences that are about ready to be pulled in the next 3 weeks.
And these are new, this is new construction?
This is new construction.
Right. When you say permit totals, those aren't new houses.
That's not all new houses. But they're just not water heaters. They're re-roofs. They're expensive. They're additions. And I guess the nature of the permits that I'm seeing are not a water heater or a window change out. That's great because that's investment in properties, and that raises property taxes when somebody's making improvements. But we're seeing the trend that people are investing in this community, and we see that trend continuing.
And I hope I'm wrong, Craig.
I
do.
I know. Again, very conservative numbers. We're basing our budgets on actuals from previous years, and we're staying within those means. I did not get my tiki bar in the office or anything like that. This is a very lean staff providing the service that the community expects and that the council wants to see. Yeah.
One quick question. I mentioned or asked about the present homes being built. How far back does that go? Does that, like Cardozo 1 is not counted in this? Just for my rough, timeline.
We have issued all the permits for Cardozo 1 at this point in time. All those building permits have been issued. And so if you're asking those numbers, I would say that those numbers are reflected in late 2020, a majority in 2021, and some numbers in 2022. If you're asking me what are the majority of the numbers that you're going to see from a permit standpoint moving forward, It's going to be Cedar Flat over off Amador. It's going to be Verandas done. It's going to be Cardozo 2, Catarina, and Dry Creek Oaks are going to be your 4 big projects that you see moving forward, along with Greenwood Cottages and Parlin Oaks. But it's really going to be driven by Cedar Flat, Cardozo 2, Catarina.
Thank you.
So the one thing I did want to mention is that one of Craig's staff is one of the 2 members of the city that are attending the Sacramento Valley Leadership Academy. So I know succession planning is a big priority for council, but I wanted to let you know we have a future leader, Kristen Bitts, who reports to Craig, and I'll take this opportunity to thank Craig. Craig was actually my first hire here at the City of Galt, and he definitely embodies the customer-centric focus that we have here at the city, especially in our community development department. And job well done, sir. I just wanted to say that publicly.
And Kristen's local. She's a Galt resident. She's a Galt High grad. She's somebody who wants to be here, and she's somebody that definitely we see leading this city in the future for sure. All right.
And council, we commit to you to, just as we put these numbers in front of you to show these increases, as these trends change, we will get those in front of you too. One of the things that I don't know if it's become apparent, that the fruits of these changes that we've made regarding our financial reporting, they're apparent. The long-term financial plan, the transparency of this budget, you'll be getting quarterly reports pretty soon. So all of those things are happening. And again, this will allow not only us to track these trends, but also you to track these trends as well. Thank you, sir. And next up, our Public Works Director, Michael Selling.
Good evening, Council. So for the Public Works Department, we basically provide all the behind-the-scenes services, if you will, for the citizens of the community. So water, sewer, maintaining the streets, the lighting, oversee. We don't provide the direct service for the garbage, but we definitely play the active, I guess, the lead role on the city's behalf in that regard. We oversee the transit. I think I mentioned the facilities already, but anyway, those various areas are what falls under the Public Works purview. So essentially, if we're doing our jobs, nobody notices. You know, as long as the water comes out of the tap, as long as the garbage is picked up, as long as the toilet flushes, those kinds of things. Yeah, we like to play that kind of behind the scenes role. So. So the Public Works Department is essentially comprised of 3 divisions. First is our Utilities Division, which is essentially our water and wastewater, and that's the white wastewater treatment plant out off of Twin Cities Road on the wastewater side, and the sewer lift stations throughout town. And on the water side, that's the various well sites primarily, and the reservoirs that provide the water for the city. And then the next division, a bit of a misnomer here, it really should be the Streets Maintenance Division, but they provide basically everything outside of what I just talked about for the water and wastewater. So all the pipes that are out there in the streets, basically collecting the sewage and sending it to the plant, or distributing the water from the well sites and reservoirs out to people's homes. Basically maintaining the roadways, the signage, the lighting, all those relative appurtenances, the storm drains in the streets, the sidewalks, those things too. And then underneath that is kind of a subunit is the facilities maintenance group. And they're responsible for all of the city buildings, City Hall here. You heard the chief talk about the roof project before. That's under the Facilities Maintenance Division. So they've got all those pieces. I know the city manager talked about that facilities maintenance reserve fund, for things that say an HVAC unit goes down in the dead of summer, that we've got some money to fix that, or a winter storm causes a tree to crash to the roof on one of the buildings or something like that. We've got some emergency funds essentially to address those types of unforeseen issues that come up. And then the third wing, if you will, of the Public Works Department is our engineering division. And they're responsible for the capital improvement projects. These are the large planned projects that vary across that board, from water, wastewater, streets, facilities, the 9 yards, a pool, as we kind of talked about at the last council meeting, the parks projects. We've got a turf project that Parks and Rec was successful in getting a grant from the state for, so we'll be getting started on that for them. And that's essentially our three divisions, if you will, of the department. Next slide. So basically, looking at the budget here, you've got a couple of significant increases there. And the other thing I want to point out is on the bottom there, the $23,000. That's for that facilities maintenance worker position that was frozen a couple of years ago when the city was going through a budget constraint period. That's about 1/3 is proposed to come out of the general fund. The other 2/3 would come out of the enterprise funds, as that position would essentially provide support services to those facilities. The big number there is essentially what we anticipate. Right now, we're kind of seeing a big uptick in construction. So that's both professional services on the plan review, plan check side, as well as on the construction inspection side. So for we're just talking about it there, the reimbursable services. So that's what that big number is. And I guess the important thing to note there is, while this is in the general fund, there are revenues that come from the developers or whatnot to offset that. So it is not a true hit on the general fund. It's really a pass-through, if you will. With that, I'll stop and take any questions.
So, and I just wanted to piggyback on Mike, and for the benefit of the folks that are in the crowd, if you were to look at the city's balance sheet, which has all of our assets and liabilities, and I mean the citywide balance sheet, you'd see some pretty impressive numbers for assets. I actually went through the city's balance sheets with Councilmember Vandenberg last year. You will see that Director Selling and Public Works are responsible for some of the largest assets that the city has. And typically when I go out and speak before groups about city operations, I'll often let them know that the city's most valuable and most expensive assets you can't see because they're all underground or on a bridge somewhere. So I thank Mike and his team for making sure that that infrastructure stays in place and that it's taken care of.
And I think that was very well demonstrated in the deluge we received this year. And even though Galt is very low-lying, very flat, we had, all things considered, we had almost no flooding to very little. And so that's a testament to good engineering and a good infrastructure. Thank you.
Hey, Mike, could you elaborate just a little bit, just for public knowledge, on the street services? I know there's some overlap between what you guys do in your department and what Parks and Rec does, say primarily on weed abatement, for example, would be a good example. And because that's a prevalent discussion these days, I know that you guys are part of, I guess Armando always says, if it's got green involved with it, then it's him, and if it doesn't, then it's you guys. And I know that, Mr. Hines has stepped out, but I would like to see, not that you guys don't coordinate very closely together, I'm sure you guys do a good job, but I just wish there was a little more of a clear defined, it seems a little like there's a lot of gray area between your guys' departments on some of these things.
Sure. Yeah, no, essentially, as far as the maintenance of these areas, and particularly as you noted on the weed abatement, for these few months of this time of year kind of thing where you get some moisture and then you get the nice warm days and stuff and it grows until probably the hotter temperatures go and they kill all the weeds. But in that time, yeah, it does look unsightly. And so we try to, tell our guys to basically keep our eyes and ears open, whether it's for weeds or you see a sign down or, basically a sign's blocked by a tree or something, we got to trim it, I think there were some speed limit signs even last year, some things like that around Carillion and whatnot. So to always be keeping our eyes and ears open for those kinds of things to do. We do try to, coordinate to the extent that we can. I know his crews are kind of making the rounds, and they have I think a somewhat set, he can elaborate more, but as I understand it anyway, a kind of a set program that they know when they're going to be in a certain area. So they'll hit stuff when they're there, and in the meantime, it might be a few weeks go by. But, maybe to answer your question more pointedly, as Armando has said, if there's plantings, if there's landscaping, say in a median area or something, it typically falls to them. If there isn't, if it's just hardscape, concrete, whatever, then it would fall to us. Primarily, Public Works is within, if you will, the back of the sidewalk to the back of the sidewalk and what's between, unless there is some, designated landscaped, portion in that, whether it's a median or a little parkway or something like that. So it just depends. We're pretty much in the city's right-of-way, and in some cases, there are areas that may look like they're in the city's right-of-way. One that came to my mind here recently was over by the Wells Fargo. There's a grass mow strip area, but that's private. That's not city-maintained. So there can be some misnomers in some of those areas, too. I recognize it is kind of it's not that consistent, unfortunately, but it is what it is, and again, we just try to coordinate our best, and we appreciate, folks, like when you get, comments or concerns, you send them out to us, or you send them to Armando, or both of us, hey, not sure whose this is, kind of thing, but if, you guys can figure it out and address it, we appreciate, that input, because we miss stuff sometimes, quite frankly, and we appreciate the community's, being our extended eyes and ears, if you will, to address those things. So.
And I do appreciate that, and that's why I always copy the two of you, because sometimes I'm not really sure. And I just want to thank you guys for being very prompt. I mean, whether it's Armando or yourself being prompt and saying thank you, we'll hash it out between the two of us and figure out who's responsible for that, and so that I don't have to figure that out. And a lot of times I don't burden Lorenzo with these things because he's got bigger things to take care of than dealing with having to call you guys up and find out who's responsible for a certain piece of sidewalk, or if it has a planter in it or it doesn't or whatever. And that's why I agree. Let me ask you one last quick question. You guys, so if it's a sidewalk, for example, or gutter, that's you guys, right?
Correct.
So you guys, I already know the answer to this with Public Work or with Parks and Rec, so I'm not going to go there because I already know the whole background and all that. But you guys currently do you have anybody on staff right now in your department that does weed abatement that's certified to do that, or no?
We don't. We did have an individual, he retired back in December, and so we don't have anybody certified currently.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Do you guys? No? All right.
I have a comment. I appreciate what you guys do, and quite honestly, whether it's Public Works or Parks and Rec, I think what our citizens see is the city. And so, just like you commented, if something comes, somebody's got to figure it out, because we are the city. Right. Whether it's, honestly, as a citizen, I don't care who takes care of the weeds. I just want them taken care of. And so, thank you for working together and collaborating. And then also, just real briefly, and I know this may not be the forum for it, but and it may be in the works already, but I would seriously consider maybe contracting in the interim until we can get somebody certified to spray, because weed abatement really just isn't taking a weed eater to something. It's actual chemicals and all that. And so I would be supportive of doing something like that to knock these things down if that is reasonable and it is cost effective.
Yeah, on the cost effective piece, that's where it gets challenging. I think it's kind of expensive because it is a bit labor intensive, and you have to go out there, do your advanced signage and whatnot for safety kind of thing, or lane closures or whatever it may be, particularly in some of those median areas and things. So that's a bit of a challenge. And the other thing is just kind of going out and getting the bids and stuff. Like right now, I mean, we're kind of right in the middle and even kind of maybe past the the worst, if you will, of the weed season, and so by the time we would get somebody on board, basically the summer temperatures or warmer temperatures will be here, and they'll be dead kind of thing. So, but I think for the future, and I think Armando has noted, he's got a couple of folks that are studying, I think, and testing, and so hopefully that'll be the case, and we can coordinate through that. Hopefully that'll be the case. So, looks like he wants to jump in here.
Yeah, we have one employee that has already sent in his application to take the test. We've paid the fees to allow him to take the test. We're waiting to hear from the state, because this is state certification, on where and when he will be taking that test. So hopefully within 30 days, we'll have somebody certified, and then we have.
Mr. Hines did send us an email stating that thing a few days ago, I think it was, kind of updating us all, because there was some inquiry, and I actually did inquire if we could contract out temporarily, and Mr. Hines responded and kind of went over the details of the testing and all that, and so it's good news. And I know it's just unfortunate, hopefully you're right. But today I had a dialogue with the gentleman for quite a while. He was like, well, why can't we spray? I had to go into it was a lengthy discussion on social media. I explained why, we lost some employees. I went into the whole, it's difficult to retain people right now and lose people. Everybody's struggling. He was very understanding, I think, of that aspect. And then that we had to have people retrained, because you can't just go out and spray weeds unless you're, there's liability and all that. And I was good about portraying it. But at the end it was like, yeah, but if the weeds are 2 or 3 feet tall, why can't we just pull them? Why do we have to spray them? And it's like, so, these are average folks too, saying, hey, we're not. I understand. They almost come off as like, it sounds like you're trying to make it more complicated than it is. Why can't we? Whatever. And so, I'm trying to get them the right information and explaining the challenges we face, and the fact that we are going to be coming forward with some good options here very soon. But again, the weed discussion is very front and center at the moment right now. And I apologize for the flack that you guys get, especially Armando. He's usually in the front line of those comments, not him personally, but his department. And so I try to defend off those people, explain, but thank you for elaborating, and thank you for you guys working together on stuff on that.
Yeah, and to those folks, I would say, it's not that, we don't want to do it. It is a bit of a resource challenge, and it's kind of a triage situation, unfortunately. I mean, there are other, things that have to take priority, unfortunately. So, yeah. But we do what we can, and, we'll continue to do that, so.
The good news is all we talk about is weeds not being sprayed and about crime rates being high. And I mean, small town problems, like
True.
I was saying. But
fair. Yeah. Good context.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yes, thank you, because you think the social media is bad now. What if the toilets didn't flush? No, it's not visible, but thanks for keeping them going.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mike.
Yep. All right. Thank you, sir. Next up is the library. And we just put this in here to let you know that we have a sort of a one-time expenditure to replace the library roof, which has come to the end of its useful life. We submitted a request for funding to the County of Sacramento Library, JPA, for the roof replacement project, and it's currently pending approval. We're just looking for authority. If they don't approve it, then it still needs to be done, and so we're going to have to do it with general fund, but we're hoping we can get funds from the county. And next up, our illustrious Parks Director, Armando Solis, and we're going to talk about a couple of items. Armando's normally, for those folks watching, Armando's budget sits in Fund 6, which we'll be talking about on May 17th. However, there are a couple of expenditure line items in the general fund which also affect his department, so we thought we'd bring him up early. Sir.
So, good evening, Mayor and City Council. So my department's a lot like Public Works. We're in the background. You really don't hear a lot from us or get council or citizen complaints about us. And I say that sarcastically. I'm talking today about one of our 5 divisions that we have within Parks and Recreation Department, and that's the one that hits the general fund, and that's our special events that we hold. So in this budget, if you don't mind, Lorenzo, going to the next one, a lot of the numbers that you're going to see are from the Independence Day fireworks, military vehicles, the permit to get the fireworks, lighting of the night, staff time in there. This number is going to change depending on what's decided on the next the special event sponsorship. This is just the number that we used from last year and inputted some of the numbers from this year. So this isn't the final number, but it's pretty close to it. And what we'll do is we'll be providing these special events for the city, put on for the citizens. If you have any questions about what's in this budget, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
I don't have any questions. It's pretty straightforward. I'm not going to hit you with any of the 06 questions because those are for next meeting. So just specifically staying within this, do we have any questions for Mr. Solis about special events? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I did want to point out that for the $75,000 for the tennis courts, we recommend utilizing ARPA funds for those. And in the community survey that we initially did for the ARPA funds, restoration of parks and maintenance of parks was the top priority. So staying with this policy call is consistent with what the community told us in that survey. And the project specialist, sorry, Armando, this is just to help Armando do those special things to keep the city, how should I say, it's almost our identity is in our parks. Mm-hmm. Okay? And Armando is the caretaker of those parks. And so if I've overstated it or understated it, forgive me, sir. But so he is responsible for our identity as a city. And so we're going to work with him as best we can to get these things done.
And if I can just add here at this point, since we brought up this position, I'm having Jackie show up later for proof of life since I fired her at the last meeting on accident. I misspoke. She will be here to present the sponsorship program agenda item. And we also offered the vacant position to a local resident, a graduate of Sac State, a degree in marketing. So I'm really excited about bringing her on. We've offered her the job today, and she's accepted, so she'll be going through the background now. So hopefully she'll be on within 30 days.
So we are able to hire people once in a while.
Once in a while.
So I have one quick question, and then I apologize, like just popped into my head. A while back, I brought up, there's a new sport, recreational sport people are playing. Are one of the tennis courts going to be converted to those?
Yes.
Like half the size. What's the name of that again?
Pickleball?
Pickleball. Everybody's looking forward to pickleball.
And we also, in speaking to the developer of the Simmerhorn project, we'll be adding pickleball courts to that park also.
I'm sure people are looking forward to it. Thank you.
Looking forward to the Galt City Council pickleball tournament.
I feel really stupid, but I'm not really sure what pickleball is.
Me either. It's fun? Okay.
I mean, I was a tennis player in high school, but I have no idea what pickleball is. Is this? Oh, lazy people tennis. Okay, got it. With no running. It's like track without the running.
There you go. For those of you watching, yes, we play rough here in Galt. So I wanted to present the next couple of budgets. Non-departmental is the department where basically all of the expenditure items that don't have a home anywhere else sit non-departmental. We pay our insurance premiums out of there and just various other things. We've got a baseline change here of almost $700,000. And the reason that change happened is because of an action that we took a couple of months ago to remove the frozen positions. If you recall, the frozen positions were not taken out of the budget. They were simply moved to non-departmental. And so what we recommended, and thank you for approving it, is just if we cut them from the position, if we cut those positions from the budget, then let's get them out of the budget. And so we reduced the budget from 22 to 23, about almost $700,000. Now, some of those dollars have flowed back into the general fund balance for those positions that are still frozen. Some of those dollars have been transferred to other departments for positions that have been unfrozen. But the appropriation level for this these line items have gone down. And they've also, for 2024, they've gone up by $310,000. And we've got a number of capital projects and maintenance projects built into non-departmental for tree maintenance, rehab, pavement rehab, city hall improvements, PD generator. So these are all things that are built into non-departmental at this point in time. And this is also done with the collaboration between Parks and Public Works. Any questions? Okay. And then the next items is also in the non-departmental, we show our transfers out. And these are transfers out of the general fund to other funds. And so in FY 2023, we've got an increase of 88%, $975,000. And those dollars are to support Fund 6 and the 3 lighting and landscape districts. So if we were to find a way to support Fund 6 and those lighting and landscape districts, we would be able to retain that almost $1 million in the general fund and use it for other purposes. And so that's also one of the dilemmas that I am working on right now. But I wanted you all to see why the big change.
So just a quick question, just to clarify, the transfer to Parks, line number 2, that's essentially represents the coverage of the Fund 6 deficit. You're projecting that it's going to go from 808 right now to theoretically 1.3. Should we not come up with any other way to, right?
There will be a deficit, but that deficit is also shared between Fund 6 and the 3 LLDs.
Right, but just the one light, but the 1.3, the proposed 2024 1.331,
yes.
That's just for this Fund 6 deficit, and then there's the lighting and landscapes are all, and that makes $2 million total.
You are correct, sir.
Right. So if we were to come up with some other funding mechanism of sorts, which we've been talking about, obviously some ideas, we could basically, actually theoretically, take care of this whole $2 million.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes. So the beautiful thing about this process that we're going through is we can pretty readily identify where the problem is and quantify the problem. And now that leads us to trying to identify solutions to deal with the problem. So, Finance Director Boring, did you have any?
If you're done with this slide, I just wanted to give a brief update on the fee schedule.
Okay, sure. Any questions on the budget before Director Boring goes to the fee schedule?
Okay. We didn't prepare any slides. I didn't want to bore you with tons of numbers. I just wanted to give you a few changes to the fee schedule. There is a new item we added this year. It's not a new fee that we're collecting. It's part of our Cal Waste agreement. It's under the bulky waste collection for additional curbside pickups. It's the fee from our contract with Cal Waste, and we've charged customers for this service. It just wasn't presented in our fee schedule before, so we're just adding that in to give more information to our customers.
So this is the bulky waste pickup in addition to the one that they're entitled to already, the free one that they get once per year.
These are the additional ones. So there aren't any changes to services or any collections. It's just we're adding it there so people are aware of it. And then for the changes that did occur, many of our fees are tied to CPI, and those increased 7.48%, and those are tied to the all urban consumers. And we compared the January 2022 to January 2021. We get the information from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. And then I can answer any questions you have about the CPI changes or the fee schedule in general.
What is the CPI right now? 7.48, is that what it is?
Yeah.
In a normal time period, like normal meaning historically, like last 2 decades, CPI is usually what per year? 3?
3 or 4, yeah.
3, 4. I know, like the last few years, it's been down somewhere between 1.5 to 2, but it's.
And it depends on what region of the state you're in, because if you're over on the peninsula, it's more like 4 or 5.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have any questions. Thank you, Matt. Does any of the council have any questions for Matt before we?
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentation for the 2022-24 budget.
All right.
Proposed general fund budget, sorry.
All right, and thank you for answering all the questions we had. I know we kind of went a little bit off, but they're all related in some way, shape, or form. But do we have any public comment on this, on the budget item?
Yes. First one is Bob Ballier.
Sorry to keep you up late, sir, and bore you with numbers.
No problem.
We can get you some coffee, Bob, if you need it.
Something stronger? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Farmer, Mayor, Vice Mayor Sandu, council members, and city manager. I'm Bob Belay, Chair of the Commission on Aging for the City of Galt. The Commission on Aging is in the budget process for fiscal year 2022-2023 and has submitted its budget request totaling $6,150 through our liaison, Director Amanda Solis, for whose part in this we are very grateful. I am also grateful for the city staff, especially City Manager Lorenzo Hines' initial review of our request, and I'm aware that while we both share our concern for the welfare of our seniors in our great little city, we may have a different approach as it relates to the funding of the Commission to achieve the same objectives. Please let me explain. 1, for fiscal year 2019-2020, we asked for and received from the City Council $4,500. 2, for fiscal year 2020-2021, we did not seek funding because we realized the city had some fiscal difficulties to deal with, and since the pandemic hit there were no in-person activities either by the COA or the Galt City Resource Center, except for the Christmas activity of presenting our seniors isolated at the local nursing home with blankets and socks on Christmas Eve, the result of a generous donation of our COA partner, Cal Waste, and its wonderful employees, as well as other local businesses and fundraising skills of Vice Chair Andrea Johnson here present, and the help of members of her family. 3, for fiscal year 2021-22, we did not seek funding again because the city had not yet totally recovered from the fiscal woes it faced and the pandemic restrictions on in-person activities, especially with the most adversely affected group of citizens, our seniors, had not yet run their course. In the last half year of the fiscal year 2021-2022, the COA again relied on donations and financial support from some of our own commissioners, as well as Cal Waste, SMUD, with whom we negotiated recently a fundraising partnership with the help of Director Solis and city staff, and we recently successfully, apparently, signed an MOU with them. We also approached the City Council and city staff a few months ago to consider awarding the COA $4,500 from the city's ARPA funds to fund our activities for the remainder of fiscal year 2021-2022, which is almost now expiring. I explained to you then that the pandemic had then and still does have a negative effect on our seniors in our community by requiring them to remain in their homes, not allow them to engage in social activities, which the COA believes has had and continues to have long-lasting negative effects upon that vulnerable population demographic. So in fiscal 2022-2023, we are asking $1,850 for administrative activities, $4,000 for special social activities, and the special social activities may be at risk in being eliminated from our budget request. Perhaps staff believes that these proposed activities could be done solely by fundraising of local businesses, even though we are already and will continue to be engaged in that effort. We're just asking the city to provide some basic funding for these social activities, and any money raised by fundraising would simply be supplemental. Miscellaneous activities are about $300, and that is to offset the cost of informational flyers concerning the COA and the Galt Senior Resource Center that when we participate in city-approved events. We respectfully request that city staff submit our entire budget request to the City Council. Obviously, we are aware that they may present some budget-related objections, and let you, the City Council, decide what the appropriate fiscal basic support for our seniors via the COA should be. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I just have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Just real quick. And I just want brief answers because I don't want to engage in dialogue here. Just trying to clear, thank you for the handout, by the way. So the last time you guys were allocated a budget amount was $4,500?
Correct.
Fiscal year 2, and you didn't receive any funding the last cycle?
2 cycles.
Okay. And then this time you're asking for, what's the total?
$6,150.
Okay.
Because we are now engaged in regenerating social activity amongst our seniors, which we hadn't done before.
Okay, and then my second question, just real quick. These events that you've planned, I haven't looked at all of them here. Actually, do you even have them here? Okay. No, you don't see them here, but these events, just give me a quick answer. What's the need for these events?
Because the seniors have been holed up in their homes. Their social activities are at a standstill because the Meals on Wheels cafeteria hasn't been opened in 2.5 years, and the senior club is dead on arrival. As it stands right now, they're not planning on opening up anytime soon, as far as I know. And so we, the Commission on Aging, wants to step into the void to help re-socialize our seniors that are holed up to get back into normal activities.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your
welcome.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Mr. Valier, thank you for, bringing back that information. Mr. Hine, if it's appropriate, the money he asking, can we allocate something from our power or not? Or do you want to tell us later on?
And to piggyback, so the ARPA money he mentioned, could that be part of the 6,000? If he said something about 4,000 ARPA money, if 4,000 of the 6,000 was ARPA, then really the city's only looking to contribute 2,000 to the budget. Maybe I'm misunderstanding his comments incorrectly, but.
I understand, but there are a certain list of priorities that we're taking for the ARPA money, and so I am following that list of priorities. There is another sum of ARPA dollars that we're going to have to talk about in the future, but I am trying to allocate the plan as we adopted it back in October. Right now, our approach is the baseline amount has been $4,500, and we are agreeable to $4,500. Where we have the difference is that delta between the $4,500 and the $6,100. Given all of the issues that I just presented to you all tonight and that are in the staff report, I am a little reluctant, and I think Councilmember Vandenberg brought this up earlier, that we have to look at this whole budget in context. And so while it's only $2,000 or $2,000, we have some other things to address.
To that point, first, it is, legally, Mr. Splendario, it is legal to spend the ARPA funds, and then yes or no?
On this specifically?
Yes.
I can't answer that right now. I'd have to look to see what it's specifically for, because it's only potentially one category, and I got to make sure that this would be considered general governmental services under it. So I'd have to look at the final rule for that. So I can't answer it now, but it's possible.
Okay, then secondly, I didn't go to sleep until 1 a.m. last night, so I'm not the sharpest cat up here. Do I remember correctly that there is a a set budget from ARPA funds for nonprofits, and this does not apply to that, correct?
Right, because I don't think the COA is a 501c3.
Right.
Am I off?
And something you did consider doing in the future, correct? Okay. Okay, sorry.
I think Director Solis.
Just need to clarify a couple of numbers. You have
Okay.
the numbers mixed up.
Sorry about that.
So it's okay. City managers approved $2,150, which would include a forum, senior resource guide, and cost to enter festivals like the Easter Spring Festival, Heritage October, and Christmas. The $4,000 that we are not in agreement on is going to be quarterly lunches at $1,600, ice cream socials at $1,200, end of the year dance at $1,200, totaling $4,000. SMUD, as Commissioner Ballet had stated, we are in the process of signing a MOU with SMUD. The Commission on Aging will be getting $3,500 a year for the next 3 years they could put towards this if they chose to. And then back in when Commissioner Ballet talked about the original budget in 2018, the majority of that cost was a $3,000 cost for the guides. That's drastically been reduced in this new budget. And I was told that Mayor Hewer at the time had donated her discretionary funds when council did have those of $1,000 also.
Too bad we didn't have those still.
I'd ask for weed abatement at that point then if you were giving those away.
So to be clear, they asked for 6,000 and tentatively we're told that you guys were allowed 2,000 roughly, but not the 4.
Correct. We felt that the SMUD grant could cover those costs that they wanted to perform.
So my understanding, you said the budget from the previous, so you're saying the budgets that would possibly be allocated for commissions or committees or whatever, you're saying has went down this time around. Is that?
We traditionally do not fund commissions and committees.
The beautification doesn't get, I thought they all got some budget of some sorts.
Our Parks and Rec Commission doesn't.
Yeah, but there's a difference between like the planning commission and like the beautification or the planning commission and those commissions or committees don't go out and do things in the community, whereas these are organizations like the Galt Youth Commission, for example. I know they do fundraising, but aren't they given a baseline salary of some sort?
They haven't for
No.
a couple of years
No.
because of the budget.
Okay.
So, I mean, the example is the Youth Commission. The fact that they went out and did fundraising and took care of themselves. That's the example right there.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I think, and you make a good point, and I just want to say something here. The word example is a good word, and I think that I understand that, and thank you for clarifying the budget thing on the commissions and committees. But a minute ago, it was stated that we want to prioritize those ARPA funds. Again, I want to remind everybody, in 7 months after we decide what to do with ARPA money, there has been not one nickel spent on the community. It's all been internally on things for the city, with the exception of some things like for the pool and some things which are for the community, so I state that. But, I mean, what I gather here is, this city has a big heart, and most of the things that happen in this city come from businesses that, my business gets hit up on a regular basis. Can you sponsor this? Can you pay for that? Can you do this? There's businesses in this town that give generously, and they know who they are, always give when asked. And these are all mom and pop businesses. These are usually not corporate entities. I'm disappointed that sometimes we are always pushing people to, go out and ask businesses for money or go out and fundraise. This is the seniors of this community. And this is an important demographic, and these people, in my opinion, have been the hardest hit by the pandemic over the last 2 years. Mentally, physically, all those reasons. And here we are sitting here talking about, we have $6.5 million in ARPA money, and what we've done so far is we've done a lot of things for the city, and we've approved street sweepers at $800,000, and we've approved this and that for this million. We've spent, in my estimate, we've spent about $2 million, I think, so far of the ARPA money. $2 million of that ARPA money And we're sitting here talking about how we can't maybe have our legal go back and look and figure out how we can come up with, you know, $2,000 or $4,000 more money for the seniors. I have a problem with that. And I don't know if the council would support me in this, but I would like Mr. Spendario to look into that and see if we could do something specific with this, because I think this is a unique moment coming out of this pandemic. And
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
You know, earlier, Mary Meg, she mentioned that 12% of our population is seniors, and 8% of them, if I remember the number correctly or something to that effect, are at the edge or below the poverty line. And here we're, I mean, and no offense, I really don't mean any offense, but here we're complaining about $2,000, which is like 1/1000% of our total budget, so that they can enjoy some evenings out, having ice cream. One of them, having a mother that went, well, it doesn't matter, all that. Having those kind of social interactions are a mental health issue for the elderly. They often get left in their homes by themselves to fend for themselves because they have a $20,000 income, as she mentioned, spending $17,000 of that, as she mentioned, just to secure their home. Now they got $3,000 to $5,000 to live off for the rest of their year. That, you know, all I'm going to say is I would fully support the budget. That's all I'll say.
So let me sum up what I'm hearing. We will ask City Attorney Splendario to check the regs. If you'd like, we can develop allocations for all the committees and commissions using ARPA funds if that is what you want. However, we'll only be able to do that on a limited basis.
Is seed money that would...
Hang on. And so regarding the commission's budget, we believe that funding those things that are integral to the commission's operation, because the commission isn't a 501c3, they're an advisory body to the council. And so we approved all of those things that we thought were appropriate to gather information and advise the council on issues affecting the seniors. That's what we've approved. And Director Solis, can you read that list again of what we've approved? It's okay.
It's described as a form at $600, a senior resource guide at $12.50, and $100 for Winter Festival, $100 for Spring Festival, and $100 for October festivals. That's to register to go in to provide information on the commission.
$100?
This is their budget that they asked for.
So the things that we've approved, and I'm not weighing in on your comments, I understand. I'm just letting you know why we approved what we approved, because we approved what we approved based on what I see in the Galt Municipal Code as what the commission's duty is, and that's an advisory committee to the council. So if you want to now treat it more as a nonprofit, ancillary to the city, then we should probably think about revisiting the Galt Municipal Code and redefining that committee and particular commission, and maybe you should look at all the other committees and commissions, because you're probably going to hear from them as well. No. Outside of the Planning Commission, of course. But again, I have no issue with what you've said. All I'm saying is this is why we've justified what we've had, what we've justified. I am not weighing in on any opinions. I am aware that our seniors have been hit hard by this. Bob has made that abundantly clear to me. So we have money in the ARPA funds. I think it's about $150,000 for nonprofits, and I'm hoping some of those are senior focused. And so, yes, I'm just explaining to you why I approved what I approved. However, it is council's ultimate decision, and so we'll be happy to submit the entire budget to you.
I have a quick question. May I?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So I appreciate, Bob, everything you do and the whole committee. You guys are probably one of the most active out at festivals and stuff. I just have a question, and I don't necessarily, I don't want this to sound like I'm questioning the amount. I'm just trying to get somewhere. Of the $4,000, which are quarterly luncheons, ice cream, socials, things like that, dances, where would you be hosting those at? Okay. Of that $4,000, are you paying for rent at the Chipotle? Oh, okay.
That would just be base money, and whatever we can negotiate with businesses to help us raise funds for it, in addition to that.
Okay, all right. I just thought maybe we could cut off $650 per event, and we'd be real close, but, okay.
Commissioner,
Thanks.
Commissioner Lozano, I informed the commission that, I'm sorry, Councilman, sorry, we're talking about commissions. I apologize. I advised the commission that the city would be happy to do an in-kind with the use of the halls or a park, and we would be happy to help them set up for these events as an in-kind type of contribution from the city. And again, with the $3,500 from SMUD, we felt that that would cover the majority of their.
Let me ask this other question. The $3,500, can we use that for something else in the city, or does it have to be used by?
That is only for the Commission on Aging.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So what was the 4,500 that they got? Can you revisit that, please? In 2018 and 19, they got 4,500 allocated. What?
The majority was the $3,000 for the resource guide, underwriters, survey to Galt seniors, participation in other programs. They did have a $1,000 budget, but I don't remember this happening for art exhibit, ice cream socials, concerts, winter dance, and other activities, but I don't recall that happening.
So where did the 40? Yeah, I don't. So where did the 45 come from, though?
So I believe it was allocated through the budget process, and the main reason was for the resource guide, and then the discretionary funds were added to it, from what I was told by, I had staff look into it.
So there's a precedent of giving a commission or committee some funding. I'm just saying.
Through discretionary funds and for the specific of the calendar, the resource guide.
I mean, I want to remind, so in our budget process, and I know this before you came on, Lorenzo, but we used to have discretionary funds for the council. And, you know, the optics was when we're making massive budget cuts at the time that we shouldn't keep something like a discretionary fund because it just looked bad, right? Although those funds were always historically given to great causes in the community, they were never used by the council members for themselves. Never have I seen that. I mean, if we had those still, it would be great because we could then personally take our passions in the community and we can make those dollars make some impact. But unfortunately, we don't have those.
Do you recall how much those were?
There's like 3,000 a piece, I think.
At the very end, it went down to 1,000.
Okay, was at one point it was 3 and then it went down, yeah. What I would like to see, and just again, what I would like to see is, I know we've kind of come up with a list of what we're going to do with ARPA funds, and we have the 150 for nonprofits, and we have for the businesses and all that such. But I know there's $2,080,000 unallocated. I mean, I'm just wondering if we could what would a small number look like as a base budget for commissions and committees? And I know some of the, like the planning commission, they don't really, I mean, what are they? They're not going to go out and put on events. You're not going to see the Parks and Rec, but you're going to see like the Youth Commission and the Beautification Commission and the Commission on Aging. These are organizations, or these are commissions that do things in the community and would like to actually further do things. I'm just wondering if we could look at the commissions and committees and figure out if we can maybe come up with some seed money from the ARPA money as a baseline budget. Maybe it's $2,000 per commission or $3,000, that they have a baseline, and then they can fundraise and build on that. But I don't think we'd be talking about a lot of money if we did something like that. So I would like to see something like that explored.
Understood. So that's a policy direction that we'll explore. Okay.
Is that something that we would?
All right. Great. I'll also look into your discretionary funds as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And I just want to go on record saying that I personally, as one council member, don't have an interest in discretionary funds.
Okay.
But I'll do what the will of the council is.
Understood. And I just wanted to say to Bob, thank you. We're both in the same place. We've just got different approaches, but we're both in the same place. So, you got it. You got it.
Can I
yes,
just
sir.
make one comment regarding Meals on Wheels and seniors?
Yes, sir.
So we continue to ask Meals on Wheels to start up again in person. We're being told that their funders for the program do not want in person at this point, but once they agree to it, we'll be going back to in person. I don't know when that will be.
Could I ask?
Somebody in the audience, she's indicating she wants to say something.
Okay. And then
I didn't hear you. What was that?
It was September, so she was told today it's going to be September.
And the senior, the Galt senior club, said they didn't want to return until Meals on Wheels had returned, but they are both available to come back at any time. You know, it's not the city that's holding them away.
Yeah. And by the way, Meals on Wheels is a great program. I had the pleasure going with Andrea and one of her constituents and to visit these people that literally hadn't been out of their houses. And it was heavy. It was heavy moments to see some of these people. They were just, to see someone and just, yeah, it was awesome. So thanks for those programs.
We have another public comment.
Yes.
Andrea Johnson.
Okay, hello.
State your name.
Andrea Johnson. I am with the Commission on Aging and Meals on Wheels. I'm here today to talk to you guys about my passion. I could have come up here with a big list, but I'm going to speak from my heart. First of all, let's talk about social interaction with the seniors. How many of you, other than Mr. Farmer, has come on a ride-along with me to see the seniors? Anybody? No? Okay. Well, if you would like to, I really would like you guys to come one by one and ride along with me and see these people. To see the people who haven't left their house in 2 years. And really see how depressed, lonely they are. Let's talk about mental health in them. Do you know how many seniors, we could talk about quality of life, what their quality of life is right now because they don't have social interaction. Their children have died off. They can't leave their house. Maybe they don't have transportation. I know most of you know when COVID hit, I had teamed up with the school district personally and paid for meals to be delivered to these seniors for 3 to 4 months in the summer. And that was my own fundraising. Also my own fundraising would be the senior resource guides that me and my family had paid for this year because we only had $100 in our budget. So there is fundraising going on. And so we are excited to team up with SMUD and Cal Waste, but we shouldn't rely on those fundraising as a staple. We should build on those fundraising and keep it up. Did you guys know what the senior club plays for at their bingo when they had bingo? Any guesses? That's right, they played for canned food, toilet paper, Kleenexes, things that we all can go out and buy, but they can't because they're on a fixed income. So I'm sorry if I get passionate about maybe an ice cream social. That sounds so trivial, but these people in our community who helped raise us and make our city, our town, what it is, they need our help right now. And that's what I'm doing, is I'm standing here begging, if that's what it takes, to let them have some dinner and dances and maybe play bingo without toilet paper, canned foods, paper towels. Wouldn't that be nice if they could play for something other than something they need, something they want? Meals on Wheels is estimated to come back in September. That's conservative because of the whole COVID thing. They've been saying they were coming back for about a year now, and they haven't. Senior Club won't come back until Meals on Wheels come back. So what are we, as citizens of this town, going to give back to our seniors? And I'm sorry if we're asking for money, and I would like to see the list also for the ARPA requirements because I know mental health and social interaction for these seniors who are withering away right now could really use us. So I want us all, not only as council members, our city manager, our public, I want you guys to stop and think about our seniors and what we can do to make even holding a door open. I know that sounds like petty, and some of them might be a little cranky, but I think they deserve it. And please come on right along with me. You guys would see a whole different side of everything if you could.
I would love to come along with you, Andrea. Also, never feel bad about doing the right thing, and that's exactly what you're doing. You should be proud of it and stand there proudly doing it every single time. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Is there any other questions you guys have for me? Anything? I would love for you to come. Mr. Heinz, I would love for you to come. I know you don't live in our community, but I think it would be a really great thing for you to ride along and see some of the seniors in our community so you could see where maybe me and Bob and the Commission on Aging's passion comes from and why it's so important for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
If she wants to speak, could someone be so kind as to, do we need to do a speaker sheet?
I would like to do a testimonial, please.
Go ahead, come on up to the thing and state your name for the record, please.
Okay. Phyllis Johnson.
Can you come up to the,
I will fill this out, but I want to make it.
it's all right, just come up to the microphone, you don't need to fill it out. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Armando.
Is it on?
It's on.
Thank you. I, for one, would like to make a testimonial. I'm going to qualify it with two things first. Yes, I'm a Galt senior. Yes, I'm a property owner. I'm 76 years old. I've been retired since 2012. I represent who I can. I represent the California state retirees for Sacramento and Yolo County. When I was a state worker, I was a job steward, a president for various as well. But I'm going to tell you something, and it's not going to be easy. I took the same amount of money that I would spend for a month and a half's groceries, and nothing fancy, just plain. The same amount may last me 2 weeks. And that's no lie. I try to keep everything local here in Galt, but again, getting around sometimes is a problem because I took a fall. Unfortunately, a lot of people do. I'm lucky I exercise enough. I haven't broken anything, but I am on a walker. So as a result, for me to go into stores sometimes is a pain in the unihare. So the delivery charges they charge are ridiculous, especially when you can't get most of your order. I try to keep it in, like I said, local. I made an order, 90% of it, they couldn't fathom it. They couldn't do it. Whether they were out of it for delivery purposes or whatever, I still had to pay that delivery amount and then go pay it to somebody else all over again. So who's right and who's wrong? And I help seniors here in Galt as best I can. But from what I heard earlier, there was a few things that I want to add, and I don't know from what you've discussed if you're going to have a survey on those things or not. From a program standpoint and a community standpoint, I have a lot of suggestions that, being from the Bronx, New York, have worked. And one I will mention. I'm one of the originals from PAL, Police Athletic League in the Bronx, New York, where the police worked with the children. And let's face it, the children are the future. Me, I could be gone tomorrow, so could somebody else. But if you want Galt to grow, you got to start at the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, I just wanted to tell you I once did an audit in the Bronx with Zero Bakery. So I just thought I'd let you know I've been in the Bronx. I am, over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What bakery?
Zero Bakery.
How's about the one on Nelson Avenue in the Bronx where they taught us how to make bagels?
There you go. That's the only place they make them. Yeah, I get it.
Do we have any other public comment?
Grow up, baby, and you become a senior, we'll talk.
All right. Do we have any additional public?
No.
Okay. All right. Continue on with the, where are we at? I lost my, I forgot where we're at with our.
Did you lose your place, Mayor?
Yeah. So we finished the budget presentation. We heard all public comment. We have no further public comment, it looks like. So again, this was just a presentation. Continue this on May 17th with the other funds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so we can go ahead and move on to item 2 from the city manager's office, which is the appropriation of funding for 6 controlled field lighting control systems and replacement of 5 playground structures.
Right. So we are looking to, again, continue the council's allocation plan for ARPA, which is on page 2 of 4. So far, we have done one-time payments to the essential workers in the city, which were part of the labor negotiations from last year. The council also adopted a resolution appropriating $506,000 for pool repairs. I believe that is for replastering and pool heater replacement. And so we hope to get those things done and back in front of council here pretty soon. Again, that's a community-oriented project. We are also allocated funds of $300,000 to CCSD to support our fire services currently being provided here in the city. We're currently deliberating on a proposed ARPA funded litter abatement worker, which should also be part of the May 17th agenda. We are also rolling out the Small Business and Nonprofits Program. I believe the small business is coming on May 17th. I'll have to check with Amy Mendez regarding the nonprofits, but I think that's coming too. On page 2 of 4, you see a chart of the allocations thus far and the allocations remaining. There is $1.3 million for small business assistance. There is $150,000 for nonprofits program, and as the mayor mentioned earlier, we have a little over $2 million of dollars yet to be allocated. I will be coming back to the council to allocate those dollars probably when the new year starts, or the new fiscal year starts. And so tonight we have 2 recommended actions. It's a $75,000 appropriation to purchase a control link field lighting control system, and Director Solis will describe that. And we're also looking for an appropriation of $600,000 to replace 5 community playground structures.
Tina, can you pull up the presentation? Good evening again, Mayor and City, or Vice Mayor and City Council. I'm just going to go over really quickly what exactly Control Link is and why we need it. Go ahead, next. So Control Link is provided by Musco Lighting. We currently have this system installed at Walker Park for the 3 fields and at Harvey Park. Next slide, Lorenzo. So what Control Link does is we can designate field representatives, like from GYB, County Line Youth Soccer, any group. We'll give them authority to schedule their own lights. And so that takes time away, allows my staff not to have to do that. They're responsible for each one of their times. Next, Lorenzo. It also gives us a report on it, monitors our equipment, energy use. So there's a lot of information that it provides to us. And then what it does is it'll do an accurate billing for the month that we can bill directly to these organizations for the light cost. So it's less time for my staff to continue to do this. Right now, when we're doing it manually, we have to keep track manually and then do a bill. This just prints a report. So the areas that we want to do, I kind of want to give you an example of how far. So one, the parks worker has to drive to the location. This is Greer Basin. And this is the worst example of it. He has to get out of the truck, he or she, walk that path to where that switch is. I have no idea why they put that switch there instead of near the front. Walk all the way back. It's 0.29 miles to do that. So you're talking, he's spending 10, 15 minutes to get to and from, to turn off the lights. He has to do it twice. And then he has to also drive there. So he's leaving what he's doing assigned to drive to that location. Adding the control link to this location stops that. Go ahead. So the next place is Veterans, 1.4 miles. Again, I don't know why they put all these switches where they put them versus next to the entrances. Again, has to drive to the location, flick it on manually. Go ahead, Lorenzo. Community Park, this is the shortest one, 1.2. Again, drive to the location. And these are things that instead of having to leave what they're doing, they can continue to do versus leaving to turn these on. And then the last one is a sports complex. There's 3 fields there, 1.6 from where they would have to park. This is just an example of the time savings that we would have for staff to be doing other things other than driving from location to location and turning on and off lights. So, do you have any questions on the control link? It's app-based. You can do it on your phone. It's really easy, and if you forget, you can call them and they turn it off, turn it on if you don't do it within that 15 minutes.
I just have a comment. I've used both systems in as a youth sports league person, and I found one of the other advantages that I don't think you covered was we were always in dispute with how much time our team used or league used the lights, and this way with this system I was able to control when the lights were on and off, and so I knew at the end of the month, without the report, what the billing cycle was going to look like. It also helped reduce the amount of energy being used, right? Because if a light was on and wasn't being used, there was no one there really to control it until somebody gets there, gets out of the vehicle and walks and turns it off. So I think there's some advantage in terms of the usage, but also the billing. You know.
It was a big game changer for Harvey. We saw revenue increase tremendously. And then also the organizations become really conscious of what they're spending because they actually see it. It's there, they're scheduling it. So again, it's great information for both sides, for us and them.
So this is the appropriation amount in the staff report is for six control lighting systems?
Correct.
So is that 6 parks or is it?
6 actual light standards. So like the complex has 3, you'd put one on each one of those.
Okay. This isn't gonna by any way, never mind. I was gonna make a joke about the height of the lights at the softball complex. I was gonna ask if there's any way go on. It's late.
Just duck when you're playing. They'll seem higher that way. Okay, so the next ARPA request would be for 5 playground replacements. So I'm going to go again through this real quick. Ashboro Tot Lot, that's in the west side LNL. It's a pocket park, so most of you probably don't even know it exists. And the cost will be, since I don't have my glasses,
$65,000.
Okay, $65,000. Sorry, I'm going to become a senior soon, and we'll need the resource center. All right.
We got you.
And this is going to be a turnkey operation. They're going to come in, demo. We're going to get rid of all the sand that we have in our parks. We're going to replace it with engineered wood fiber, and they're going to give it to us ready to go. So this isn't anything that we'll have to prep for, do for. This is the price to actually just get it done. Next, Lorenzo. So the next park that was identified was Canyon Creek Park. That's in the northeast LNL, and that is a cost of $177.
Very good.
176. Next is Greer. That's on the west side LNL, and then that is a total cost of $108,000. And if you see there's a line item in there for grant funding we received, and it's been approved for grant funding through CPRS. So all we have to do is appropriate the money, and we get those grants of totaling $224,000, I believe it is. Next one is Community Park. I believe 2 years ago, we redid the large, the 5 to 12-year-old playground. This is for the smaller playground, and it is going to be matching the same one that's there. So it's a baseball theme, red, white, and blue. The one that's currently there, a lot of it's made out of wood. And keep in mind, a lot of these parks that we're replacing the playgrounds, 93, 94, 95, 99 when they were built, so standards have changed. Go ahead, Lorenzo. Lake Canyon Park, Northeast L&L. It's a total of $150,000. And then this next slide is just a overview of each one of the projects. And you can see where the grant is $224,000. Cost to the city through ARPA as a request is $568,000. So we're asking for a total of $600,000 through ARPA, just to give us, in case something happens, we need to replace something else. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Couple questions for you, Armando. So this amount of the ARPA is out of the original amount that we had talked about to set aside for, right? It's on the.
Yes, this is part of it, yes.
Page 2 of 4 for folks watching.
Okay. What's the life expectancy of these structures? Do they give you any, the manufacturer?
So it really depends. A lot of our problem is going to be vandalism. People jumping on them, unappropriated.
But just regular use.
I would hope to get 15 to 20 good years out of that. And in a lot of these parks, if we were able to get replacement pieces, we'd be happy to do that and be a lot cheaper. Unfortunately, they're kind of doing this every 10 to 15 years. They're changing the model and changing codes, so we can't get the parts. That's one of the reasons that we've removed slides, walled off sections, just trying to keep it going, and we really Band-Aid a lot of these.
Right. Well, as Mr. Vandenberg was telling me before the meeting, when we first sit down, he said, we're in the wrong business. We need to be in a playground construction business. We're way past metal slides and merry-go-rounds, like I grew up with. But in all honesty, these dollar figures, you just don't realize what things cost. But again, we've specified ARPA money for certain things. I think I've been very clear, and I think this council has, that we want to see money spent in the community to help the community. Things like the pool, things like the other things we bought that will directly affect. Well, this is one of them. This is for kids. This is for our families. I've seen some of these parks, and they're in desperate need of this stuff. So I think we have the money. We have it from ARPA. It's a chance for us to use it. We can sit here and go back and forth about nickel and diamond on the money, but we've earmarked that money for it. So I support it. I don't really have any questions beyond that.
I just have a comment real quick. I am so excited to see engineered wood fiber come into our playgrounds. It's fire retardant, and it's safer for kids to fall on than sand, believe it or not. And so it's nice to have our parks come up to speed with that new technology. And also, since we're talking about ARPA, I still want to see nonprofits and small businesses program, and I know that's coming, but I just thought I'd put a plug in for it again.
And, getting rid of the sand gets rid of a big kitty litter box also. So.
Cats don't like engineered wood?
Not as much as the sand.
Excellent. So just for the grants are guaranteed as long as we approve?
Yes.
And so that's the total, just so for everybody knows, that's a total of $792,000. That's a tidy sum. We definitely are in the wrong business. But I'm really happy to see this for the citizens. Thank you. Oh, and we talked briefly. You mentioned that as far as pricing goes, you mentioned something about piggybacking on with the state. So this is as good as it gets, unfortunately.
Yes, we won't be required to go out to bid. This is a state piggyback contract that we'll be pricing this on, or what it was priced on.
And if I may, I'd like to bring to the council's attention at the bottom of page 3 of 4, we have applied for a grant to support these playground structures from Supervisor Don Natoli. to actually get access to some of the county dollars. I believe we've applied for a $450,000 grant. So we may be coming back here if we're successful with letting you know that we don't really need the whole $600,000 for this. We only need $100,000, $150,000. So we will definitely let you know, and we will, of course, adjust the ARPA schedule. But for those folks watching at home, I just wanted you to know that we have over $1 million going into community projects and projects that benefit the community directly thus far.
So with that said, staff's asking you to adopt a resolution authorizing the appropriation of $75,000 for the purchase of 6 control link field lighting control systems, and 2, authorizing an appropriation of $600,000 for the replacement of 5 playground structures.
So moved.
Mr. Slees, before we make a motion, I just,
No, I didn't, and he wasn't, I have to call for the motion, yeah.
I just wanted to let you know what our recommendation was. That's what we're.
Right.
and I would like to make a comment. Thank you for earlier, you clarification on one of the park, I have it. Thank you for that. And I believe the way we have a conversation, the 5 parks, they really need to replace these structures, right?
Correct. These were based on needs, not, locations. These were the top 5 parks that we needed to replace. And off of memory, I remember citizens coming in to council specifically about some of these parks that we're going to be replacing.
This 5 parks, how many other, you can just give me a ballpark number, but how many other parks out of our 21 parks have playground structures besides these 5?
I want to say close to 15 of our total parks.
And some of those may have been, like I know Lions Park, even though it seems really old, it's got like that soft turf. So clearly at that point in time, that one's been done at some point. So so other parks, you put these in priority, the ones that are desperately need to be replaced, that are the highest priority. It's not about how much the parks use. These are prioritized by the life of the unit, how bad it is, how much it needs repair, so on, right?
Correct.
What's the timeline on getting these? Should we approve this?
I'll place the order tomorrow and get an ETA and provide that to you at the next council meeting.
Could they possibly, some of these be done by the summer or in the summer?
I'm really hoping they would be. Again, shipping issues, who knows with those type of things. We just needed to allocate that money before we lost the grant, that's all.
Does anybody have any further questions for Mr. Solis before I go to public comment? All right, thank you, Mr. Solis, appreciate it. Do you have any public comment on this?
No public comment.
Okay. If you would like to speak, you have to fill out a speaker sheet. Just come to the thing. Yes, well, we'll need a speaker sheet from you. Frank, is that all right? We require speaker sheets every time? Okay. I went a little off protocol tonight, I'm sorry. I'm getting the eye from the city attorney when I don't get speaker sheets, so I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm
Andrea
gonna
Johnson.
get put on a timeout. Go ahead.
2 questions. One is, how many of those parks will be handicap accessible?
I think that's a question you can talk to Director Solis offline.
Okay, then I'll just go offline and ask him, because I don't think you guys.
Right.
I need to go home. Okay. Do you want me to fill this out still? Okay.
Please, yeah, if you don't mind, fill it out and just leave it before you go, just so we have record of, yeah, thank you. Any further public comment? No. Okay. All right, well, with that, I'll be looking for a motion to adopt a resolution for number 1, authorizing an appropriation of $75,000 for the purchase of 6 control link field lighting control system. And number 2, authorizing an appropriation of $600,000 for the replacement of 5 playground structures.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Vandenberg and seconded by Vice Mayor Sandu. Can I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu?
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau?
Aye.
Councilmember Vandenberg?
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano?
Aye.
Mayor Farmer?
Aye. Resolution adopted 5-0. All right, moving on to our next item from the Parks and Recreation Department again. Subject is going to be the City of Galt Special Event Sponsorship Application Overview, fiscal year 22-23. Mr. Solis?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to show proof of life of Jackie Garcia. She is still with the City of Galt, and she will be providing this presentation.
Good evening. Happy to be here.
Good to have you back.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Today, I'm happy to share with the Special Event Sponsorship Program regarding the applications that we received for the fiscal year 22-23. We can go to the next slide. This is just a recap on what our sponsorship policy goals and objectives are. It's one, to make this place desirable to live, visit, and do business, promote the City of Galt as a visitor destination, and bring tourism and revenue to the city, enhance the quality of life and well-being, advance the city's commitment to and pride in being a multicultural community, encourage the development of neighborhood identity and pride, promote cultural and artistic awareness, and again, it aligns with the City of Galt mission statement and our strategic plan. Next slide. So the first application that we received was Farm to Fork Dinner, which is on the 4th Street Promenade on September 17th. This is the ticketed event, expecting 300 attendees. The city hard cost will be $580, which would include the police security, and there is no soft cost to this event. Next slide. The next one is Galt High alumni, their all-class reunion for Littleton Community Center on October 1st, expecting 200. The hard cost would be $520, which is the private security service, and the city soft cost is the facility rental at $650. The next one is Liberty Ranch, the homecoming parade. It's a street closure on October 14th, which is a free community event with expected attendance of 150. The hard cost is $1,120, which is police officer overtime, and Public Works, which has the breakdown of what the equal of that $1,120, and the soft cost includes on-duty police and caps at $780. L'Chaim Trick or Treat on 4th Street. This is a street closure on October 29th, a free community event expecting 500. This is hard cost of $4,050, and this is Public Works street closure cost. The Galt Chamber did submit 3 event applications. The first 2 are Home and Auto Show at Littleton Community Center, October 9th. It's a community event expecting 300. There is no hard cost, and the soft cost is $650. The Bridal and Event Showcase at Littleton, March 5th, 300 people, and no hard cost, with soft cost being $650 of the rental facility. The Galt Chamber also Wine, Beer, and Food at Littleton Center, February 3rd, a community ticketed event expecting 400. Hard cost is $480 for private security services, and rental cost is $650. Galt Joint Union High School is every 15 minutes, a city street closure. They don't have the date yet, but it's spring of 2023, a free community event, and the hard cost is $1,900, which is Public Works street closure, and police officer overtime, and no soft cost. This is a recap of all 8 applications, including totaling of the hard cost at $8,650, and soft cost is $3,380. The total would be $12,030 of what we're asking for sponsorship. So we brought to you again just a recap of what we're asking for, and we're looking for direction on to us on the approval of the events, monetary amounts, or in-kind contributions. Any questions?
Ms. Garcia, the 12,000, do you recall, or maybe Armando can remember, typically each year, it's quite a bit. I mean, we have more events. We have some events that are not going this year. They haven't come to money. So, because we've given before it was 15,000 one year, and maybe even higher than that, right? So this is actually well below. Right?
Yeah, Vet Stock was one that is not returning this year. They'll be coming back next year, but they're waiting until things die down.
Okay. All right. That's the only question I had. Yeah. Any of the council have a question for Ms. Garcia or Mr. Solis? Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
We look forward to seeing all these events and participating in as many as we can. All right. Well, with that,
excuse me, Mayor. Just want to make sure, did you need a motion, or did you get, this is the final time you're going to be coming to council on this, right?
Correct. We are looking for City Council to review the special event requests for fiscal year 22-23 and provide direction awarding the approval of events, monetary amounts, and/or in-kind contributions.
Yeah, so let's provide direction. So do we need a motion?
I think on this, they're really looking for a motion just to award as presented by staff, right? I mean, that would probably be the cleanest and clearest.
Because direction would mean bringing something back potentially in the future.
I don't think they're going to bring something back unless council asks them to. So
This will be put into the budget, and they will approve the budget at that point.
Okay, so we have it. First of all, I got to ask for public comment. Do we have any public comment on this?
No public comment.
Okay. So you just need a consensus from us then?
since it's in the budget.
Should I ask if there's any objection or concerns for this coming back? No. No? Okay. There you go. All right. Moving on to item 4. Subject is the designation of authorized official to execute State of California Department of Parks and Recreation Office of Grants and Local Services grant documents and applications. Mr. Solis again.
So this item is just a cleanup matter. We received a $700,000 grant through Jim Cooper's office, and we failed to provide a resolution authorizing the Public Works Director to sign contracts. So what this does is you will authorize him as the signee for any contracts and to submit towards that grant. And so what we're asking you to do is adopt a resolution authorizing the Public Works Director to execute and submit periodic grant documents, applications, and agreements on behalf of the City of Galt for all State of California Department of Parks and Recreation Office of Grants and Local Services for Walker Park, for which the city is eligible.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Solis on this item? Nope. Thank you, sir. All right. With that, I'll be looking for, actually, I'm sorry. Do you have any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll be looking for a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works to execute and submit periodic grant documents, applications, and agreements on behalf of the City of Galt for all State of California Department of Parks and Recreation Office of Grants and Local Services for Walker Park, for which the city is eligible.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilman Lozano, seconded by Councilmember Papineau. Can I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu?
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau?
Aye.
Councilmember Vandenberg?
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano?
Aye.
Mayor Farmer?
Aye. Resolution approved 5-0. And
You want to be like by 9? 9?
all right. Moving on to our letter I, number I. Communication. Do we have any communication this evening?
None this evening.
All right. Item J, City Clerk's report.
Nothing.
All right. Item K, comments by staff. Mr. Hines?
Nothing to report from the city manager. Director Solis, any comments? And the rest of the directors will be in shortly.
Yes, the comment I have is that we just lost a full-time Parks and Recreation maintenance person. He's taken a job somewhere else for a little bit more money. And so we'll be asking for applications for that. And I provided all the information on the other items regarding the weeds and the special events person.
Thank you, sir.
All righty. Thank you so much. Let's go with Chief Kalinowski.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
Okay. I'm smiling now, right? So that's good. Hey, a couple things. First of all, I want to circle back to something that Mayor Farmer said. Yes, absolutely, 100%. The City Council supported the PD for all our requests, and we do appreciate that. So I don't want that to go unnoticed because I think it starts to feel like that may not be the case. I think we were just talking about upcoming issues that are perceived. So I don't want to alienate any of my relationships with any of you feeling that we don't feel that way, and the staff does feel that way. So on their behalf, I want you to know that. The second thing is, The last couple days, last Thursday, yesterday, or Sunday with the candlelight vigil, and then yesterday with the secondary enrollment at the state level. Some of you were able to make it up, including the city manager, to support our staff and the Graywall family, and that was very much appreciated. There's a contingent of us next week going to DC to do the final enrollment at the federal level, so we'll be off-site handling that. And so that'll be our sort of next step on our journey for honoring Harmon, and then beyond that will be the first annual ceremony that we'll have here at the monument, which will be August 26th. So that's our pattern going forward with that. Beyond that, we are still running our sergeant's testing, which will be occurring formally at the end of May. And so we expect to have 3 promotions to occur off that list in coming months. And so we'll be moving forward on that. And we're excited to announce promotions. And then ultimately all those promotions would have been within the ranks of the organization. So that's very important. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Chief Klonowski, I have something for you here.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to just give this to you now because this is from the gentleman in Ireland.
Oh, yes.
So that was a thing he brought back for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes. And thank you. Good night.
Finance Director Matt Boring.
Good evening. I don't have any other comments tonight.
Thank you.
Very good. Community Development Director Craig Hoffman.
Nothing further tonight. Have a great night.
Economic Development Manager Amy Mendez.
Good evening. Just briefly wanted to let everybody know, I shared on our social media, it's also on our website, the Shine Awards for SMUD have been announced, and that'll be opening applications on June 1st. So those are grants for area nonprofits that are within SMUD's area that are going to be between $10,000 and $100,000. So any local nonprofits that are interested, the information will be on our website. It's on the front page. We also have it on social media. So I encourage any of the local nonprofits who are interested to view their outreach sessions. They have here coming up, I think within the next couple of weeks, there's 3 of them in May. So it's a great way to get folks in the community involved. I know that there's been a lot of requests for the ARPA funds for nonprofit. We'll have that coming within the next couple of weeks for council, but this is just another means of collecting some funds for some projects in the community.
Good to hear. Thank you.
No problem.
Hurry up and get Bob back in here.
I hear you.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Director Mike Selling.
Yeah, good evening again, Council. I just wanted to express appreciation. Earlier today, attended the Celebration of Life for Bill Forrest, our engineer who unfortunately passed away about a month ago now, and several of the staff and council members were able to attend as well, and just appreciated the support in that. It was a great service, and we're also planning. I'd sent an email around to the city staff, but apparently it didn't include everyone. So I wanted to make sure I extended the invitation to all the council that tomorrow about 1:30 we've got a tree planting that we're going to do in front of the Public Works Community Development Building. So the family was really excited about that, and so we'll have them there. Just kind of a brief informal thing, but definitely something just to continue to honor his memory. So the other thing I wanted to note is on Saturday, I know I don't want to take Armando's thunder, but we will be running the free transit shuttle again for the Saturday market event. And I think we've got some enhanced signage to just help folks know what the schedule is so they can hopefully plan their coming and going on it so they don't have to wait too long. And just to drive home the point that it is free and there is no charge for it. So we'll have some better signage this time, and hopefully we'll continue a well-attended event. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Director Selling. Let's go back to Director Solis.
I apologize. I had forgotten to mention the Saturday market. I know. Sitting around doing nothing.
I've been looking forward to it.
This month's market will feature a Cinco de Mayo theme. We're going to be having a car show, dancing horses through Compadres Market, a band, and then our regular vendors. We have up to 50 vendors at this time, so we're starting to grow, and hopefully we'll continue that.
Extra restrooms?
I didn't know we needed extra restrooms from the first time. I know you needed them from the event that happened 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's right. There was a lack of them at the one event. I think somebody made a mention, it's like, well, if we're going to have margaritas, maybe we need more restrooms. It was the sink it was the trash can that's what it was, not the, yeah.
I think we were okay with the restrooms on our event.
Okay, right. Sorry for that. Yeah, clarify.
Okay, thank you, Director.
I have a question, just real quick. Do you know off the top of your head if there's an over and under for making money for vendors? 50s making, 60s making money?
From talking to Jackie, the majority of the vendors made money.
No, no, I meant the city.
For the city?
Yeah.
Okay. I do not have that in front of me.
That's okay,
Sorry,
thank
I
you.
apologize.
No, that was just off the hips.
Yeah, that is interesting, though. I'd like, maybe in the future, we could calculate maybe where that break even, because I know this, obviously, we projected this, there's going to be a losing cost, but over, yeah, so I'm just curious where would the break-even point would be, something to strive for, so. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
All right, let's go with City Clerk Tina Hubert.
Nothing.
All right, City Attorney Frank Splendario.
Nothing for me.
All right, and I just wanted to repeat that our accounting manager, Cindy Tao, has submitted her resignation. Huge blow to our finance function. She was the one that got us through the last annual financial report with minimal, one finding. So it was yeoman's work, and she did that, with not a whole lot of staffing and a lot of overtime. We're going to miss her fire, her energy, her intellect, and we wish her well. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to item L, comments by city council members, future agenda items. Start with our vice mayor. Mr. Sandhu?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Give me the opportunity to speak. First of all, I would like to thank your staff. Give us a report of their hard work during the budget briefing. I also like to thank you all the public comment. Officer Little, his comment is very important to me. Safety is always first on my list. And Scott Robinson, thank you, Scott Robinson, gave us a feed on the comment. Mary Mega, Phyllis Johnson from the Aging Commission, Bob Elliott, and Andrea Johnson. And I also like to thank you, Valley Oak newspaper. They are here whole time in this chamber. I did attend a couple events. I attended Bell Forest Celebration Live earlier today. It was a great event where so many that knew him joining and sharing stories of their memories of Bill. We will miss him, and his family is in my prayers. I also attended yesterday California Peace Officers Memorial Ceremony in Sacramento. I believe 36 fallen officers were formerly enrolled into the monument. Our very own fallen hero, Harminder Singh Garewal, was one of the honorees. His family and friends and all the police department and Mr. Hines and council member, we joined them. It was the first time the event took place since pandemic started. It was a beautiful tribute to the support and honor those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. Lastly, I would like to send the message from Harminder family yesterday when I was doing lunch with them. They said, give the message to the police chief. They said this police department, they supported him from their heart. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Papineau.
So I appreciate the presentations tonight, and what I think is the best opportunity I've seen yet to clearly present the budget to all who want to look, and for all of us to be able to openly pick it apart and discuss it with plenty of time before we have to make a decision on it. So thank you all for that. As far as all of the tributes, unfortunately, due to health and work schedules, I was not able to and won't be able to make tomorrow for Bill. Was able to make it yesterday downtown, and that was a great representation by our department. I think our little department represented there, paying tribute to Harmon and 35 others, rivaled some of the contingents from LAPD, for example. So between Bill and between that, I just appreciate the family atmosphere and the support that the whole city gives during those times. So that's about all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Vandenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to fellow council members and staff and all the people that attended the events the past couple of days where I could not. I really appreciate it. You know, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you to the staff for putting up with our proclivities and how we view things differently. We all have lives outside of this, and we're not engrossed in it on a day-to-day basis. So I appreciate it very much. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilman Councilman, looking over at you. Councilmember Lozano.
I want to echo what my colleagues have said about staff and the presentations, and I was telling the city manager in our weekly meeting that I appreciate the opportunity to have these discussions ahead of time before the end of June, because in the way it normally has worked, both in this organization and in others, that you get the presentation in one meeting, and 2 weeks later you're voting on approving the budget. And this has been the most transparent, easiest to read, and easiest to consume budget process. And so I thank you and Matt and all the directors who have done an awesome job. Thank you to the public who came tonight and had comment. I really do think we need to look at all of our commissions and committees and determine what might be an appropriate, equitable budget for them. And so I think that Mr. Ballier and Ms. Johnson, their input was pretty important. And then the other thing, just with the, honoring the two men that we lost here in our city, Officer Graywall and Bill Forrest, is, I think, has been a good time and a good opportunity, I think, for individuals to hit the reset button and think about what's really important and what we can do for each other, as opposed to what we can do to each other, right? And so today at Bill's event, it was really a really good event, and that really popped out for me. And so I want to thank the families, and they are certainly in my prayers. The CAPS Appreciation Luncheon was awesome. It was finally great to see everybody back together, and I look forward to their participation in the community for the next few months that we have of the year. And so it'd be nice to really see them out and about. And then on a more positive note, there are mock interviews that are happening at Galt High and Liberty Ranch High School. And I just want to throw this out. There's some opportunities in the next few weeks for folks to participate and assist them in that. And if you would reach out to Tracy Cross, if you have hour and a half of your day that you can spare. I don't have the exact dates in front of me, but they're pretty much from now until pretty much the end of May. Reach out to Tracy Cross over at the school district, and if you need her information, I can shoot me an email and I can get it to you. But they are looking for professionals that can provide feedback to our students here in the school district to sharpen their skills for a job interview. And I had a contractor at my house today, and the question always comes up, well, how far out are you? You say you can do the work. I want to pay you. How long is it going to take? And he is a month out. And the first thing he said was, I can't find anybody to work. And you hear that over and over, whether it's contractors and so this is a good opportunity for our kids to get the upper hand, I think, and we can help them out with that. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention the Galt Sunrise Rotary is having a Taco de Mayo event on May 14th here at Littleton. The tickets to attend are $10, and it's from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Unfortunately, I'll be out of the state, and so I won't be able to attend that, but I would encourage you all to purchase a ticket or two and support the Rotary, who is doing a lot of work in the area of scholarships and for our youth, as well as public speaking engagements for them. And if you don't know, we have about the Rotary Club has an Interact Club at the high schools, and there are about 30 active members, people that are doing public service, kids that are involved in that. And so this is a good opportunity for the community to support that. And again, it's May 14th, 5 to 9 at Littleton. And if you need tickets, you can reach out to me. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. I'll try to make this quick. I want to say that I also attended the ceremony today for Mr. Forrest, and to echo what Mr. Lozano said, unfortunately, I told his wife today that the only interaction I ever had with Bill was sometimes, there was a couple times where I met with him about a staff report, but mainly it was just dialogue at the council member. I said to her, the only time that him and I ever really interacted was me hitting him with the hard questions on staff reports. And seeing the pictures of him and hearing about from all his family and his friends and everything that he was involved in, it's, you realize you just don't, sometimes you work alongside people or people and you don't realize, what they're really like outside of the work environment. And so it was nice to see that, and it was very well attended. So, and I want to say thanks to, the council members. Some of you were able to go to the memorial for Officer Graywall. I wasn't able to attend, neither was Councilman Vandenberg, but I'm happy that, those of us as a group were able to make things we can make, and sometimes all of us can make this, sometimes we can't, but we tend to kind of do what we can to attend, and it's good to see that we all try to make what we can, and I appreciate you guys, all of us being able to do that. On the upshot, the Saturday market, 7th, this weekend. I'm looking forward to it. Should be exciting. So it's been mentioned many times already, but really looking forward to that and continuing the success of that. And then a couple things I want to bring up, possible future agenda items. For one, it was mentioned tonight about canceling the local emergency order. I would be in favor of doing that, bringing that back as an agenda item in the near future. To do that, I would like to obviously hear what the pros and cons of that would be, if there are any, just so we're making an informed decision. But I don't know if there's support from my fellow council to bring that back.
I'd support that discussion.
Do we have anybody else that would support that? Sure. Okay. And then also, it's been mentioned a couple times. Well, it's been mentioned several times over the last, long periods of time. But we have a gentleman that comes, seems to be coming, I don't know how frequently he shows up, but Mr. Robinson, about his comments about the cannabis and stuff. And I know that's been the topic of some discussion in the community from time to time. And, it's always something we hear, we're just like, okay. And I know we have it on our survey. And I don't know how accurate his numbers were on the survey results, but I would like to see, and I know we have busy agendas, so sometime in the future we could do it. I would like to see us maybe have just a discussion, just a revisit of that. What does that look like? What does our municipal code look like, and what is it? what does it entail revisiting that and seeing if there's any tweaks to be made to it? And if that's something that we're even interested in visiting. I know it can be a very controversial subject, but I think as someone who is completely neutral on the subject, I do have a lot of people in the community that ask me about it. And I think I'd be doing a service to the community to at least visit that. I don't think it's right for me to not at least have a chance for us to discuss and maybe have people come and say how they feel about it, and then decide if it's just something we don't want to touch, or maybe we want to have a further dialogue moving forward. So I would just think it's time that maybe we should consider having a discussion about that. I don't know if the council would even be open to even having that as a future agenda item to discuss.
For clarification, Frank, are you asking for anything below a requirement to go to the ballot?
No, I'm just simply asking for it to be an agenda item and to basically visit our municipal code. What does our current municipal code say regarding this topic? And what were options? What would, I just want to have a dialogue, and I want the public, I want to see if we can get public to attend, have public weigh in, and see where people feel about something like this, and see if it's something that this council is in any interest in discussing beyond that point, whatever that means or not. For once and for all, at least in my tenure.
I would have an interest in having a study session on what our code is and what the current state law allows, and have a study session on that. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, like a study session.
No,
or is it
I agree with that. I've talked with the city manager offline about it, and what our ordinance is. The bigger discussion is what a healthy ordinance could look like, because we've seen a lot of places where they've done it and it's gone poorly, and we've seen some that has had successes. So I'd be more than happy to participate in a study session on that. My big concern is that's some pretty heavy lifting to put on the staff right now with everything that's going on to do the research and to give us solid advice on, what an ordinance could really look like and what the process would be. So down the road, when it can feasibly be done, I'm in favor.
Yeah, and again, I know we have a lot on our plate. Maybe in the fall, whenever staff has a chance, because I do want good information to be brought back. Because again, I have no idea what a good ordinance, bad ordinance looks like. I've never lived in a city, obviously, that's had such an ordinance. And so I just want, like I said, just to.
Fortunately, you have a city manager that's been through that process, all of it. So I think the fall is probably a good time frame, because it is very complex and very divisive depending on the community. And my gut tells me it's going to be divisive so we need to be prepared for that.
Well, yeah, and again, I agree with you. I just, I think it's been talked about enough that I just want to tackle it head on and at least have a discussion and have an open.
Yeah. Understood.
Well, with that, I think that's all I had. And again, thank you for everybody's patience tonight. It looks like I missed my 10 o'clock mark. Unfortunately, I was shooting for 10, but I'll say goodnight, and we will adjourn the meeting at 10:03 p.m.